I know. Let's just start with the best damn intro in the business.
In the fragile realm where mysteries abide, there walks a man with knowledge as his guide. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at steadfast pace, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. A master archer with bow in hand, his aim is true across the land, not just in science, but in every heart. He hits his mark with a steady heart. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. It's all too easy for him when he takes the stage. With every word he states, they feel the rage. His presence alone rattles that cage. The crayon eating nupties are running out of time. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. With every swing of the cowbell, the illusion fades, and with each strike, the glow bursts, illusion degrades. QE's treatments, they cure them of their plight, guide them toward truth with all his might. They call him QE, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a glober is tell your daddy you're gay, oh so gay. That's why they need QE's treatments. They call him QE, quantum eraser. They call him QE, the quantum eraser.
You know what that was? You're right. That's a mighty fine picking and a grinning. Welcome to the show. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's throw it on over to Discord to see if we have any willing VCs in the VC. Is there any willing VCs over there in the VC?
Willing VCs.
Willing VCs, and speak up, belly up. Where's Adam?
Where's Evening?
He's still not here. Brian's not here either.
They both ain't here. We got a full house. No VCs. Except, well, we got, I don't want to say you're not a VC, Flatsy, but you're not the official VC. You might be the official VC today.
I don't blame you. I'm not your official VC. Like, somebody's letting you down, and it's not me.
Oh, it's, yeah, well, it was you. Last Saturday, it was you.
I was doing my Friendsgiving. Come on now.
Yeah, Friendsgiving, and you did show up. So you're covered. At least you showed up 5 hours late.
You were still going after 5 hours, which is hilarious. I mean, we watched a game, ate. I got a little tipsy. Like, come on.
Well, there was a reason why they were going for that long. Somebody didn't follow through with their promise the next Monday.
I wouldn't go so far as to call it a promise. Just that you're supposed to do something. Didn't do it. Who was that somebody, by the way?
Nathan Oakley.
Nathan. Nathan.
Will Nathan be coming today?
You never know. No one knows. He just shows up.
Damn Brits.
There is no coordination. There is no pre-show production meetings. There have never been. Just to let everyone know, it doesn't happen. We just go live and whatever happens happens. That's the usual case. Just to let everyone know. Hardly any planning. Maybe once or twice there might be a little bit of planning, but people's attention spans, even some of the ballbusters, are like less than 3.2 seconds. So it's not much you can get done. So you just roll with what you got, like roll on two. All right, let me get back to Discord. All right,
I was about to say it.
Good. If you're about to say it, then say it.
Well, Booger started screaming, so I didn't want you to think there was a super chat.
Oh.
He wasn't screaming, but like he was loud. I could hear him through my headset. Either way, I was gonna say you like it like that, so it's funny that you state it and you forget to say I like it.
I like it a lot.
Oh gosh.
I'm sorry, I haven't put my Adderall drip in. Do you like that people don't have an attention span, or are we talking about something completely else? 'Cause I
Completely
have not
different.
got my-
No,
Yeah.
it's not a like or dislike thing. It's just what it is.
Spontaneity.
Oh, we're talking about that. Yeah, now I didn't like the spontaneity in the beginning. Right? Because I wasn't a veteran YouTuber. I just didn't. I'm used to giving presentations, but I don't want to say highly regimented, but they're somewhat regimented. I mean, I don't go off on too many different tangents, and I like things to flow, like 1, 2, 3, ABC. So it took a while for me to just let my hair down, per se. My back hair.
That got me.
God, I just got a mental image of that. That was gross, man.
What's that? Chocolate? Didn't hear you because your mic is just great.
You didn't hear me because my mic is so fantastic?
That's right. We didn't hear you because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I said that was a little TMI.
TMI. What's TMI mean?
Too much information.
Too much information on the back. Well, to be honest with you, Chocolate, half Indian, so I don't have any chest hair or back hair. Just to let you know.
Half Indian.
Half Indian. Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. My mother's side of the family, Cherokee.
I was just gonna say, well, you got some Cherokee in you?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's what my
Seems
mom.
like all white people want to be Indian. Somehow there's somebody that's a little bit of Indian.
Yeah, my mama told me when I was young. She said you have some Injun in your son. I said Injun. They live in teepees. She said, yeah. I said, do they bite?
Well, that explains the bow and arrow and the archery.
Oh, it does explain it. I never put those two together. That explains it. There you go, Neil.
My husband has a lot of Cherokee Indian in him also. His dad was half Cherokee Indian.
Oh, really?
So much so that everybody always thought his dad was Mexican. But Sterling's got a lot in him from that, I guess. So the way he grows hair is mainly from like the waist down.
Oh, brother, that's TMI there. Flash. Yeah, that's right. I was just going to ask you, does Sterling, that's a Cherokee name, does Sterling have any back hair? That's what I was going to ask you.
Not a lot. Not at the top. No.
Now, at the top.
Like to the middle of his back. You know, like no, from the shoulders to the.
The shoulders down to the middle back, no hair, but from the middle down, he's just like a hairy beast.
I mean, not like a hairy beast, but it's more prominent there.
How can you have back hair not on top of the back, but the middle of it? Who's got hair just in the middle of their back, Flatsy?
No, it's like the waist, really.
Well, that's not
so-
the back. The waist is not the back. You need to take an A&P course.
Yeah, I guess so. My bad. I just want to stop talking about it now.
Yes, you do. It's big trouble. All right, let's see what's going on out here.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
But
what?
before you do, I just want to say we have defined an entire race of people by alopecia.
Yeah, it's correct. Not hair falling out, not alopecia, just by the lack of hair. Indians don't have chest hair. Now, I get a few hair in there. That's because hair in there. That's no pun intended. Hair in there. But that's from my European ancestors. Friggin' mongrels. What are you going to do?
Easy, I'm a quarter mongrel.
Yeah. Okay, just trying to get my act together, folks. That time came up on me fast. So, sorry about that. We still got off on time, but it snuck up on me. I was doing other stuff, and I looked down at the clock, and it said 1:58. I said, oh, man. I didn't even have my OBS up yet. I said, oh, good God. But I made it.
That kind of gives me a little bit more of an idea too of how tall you are if that's the same as Sterling also.
Well, how tall I am? No.
Mhm.
No. What the hell?
I don't know. It just made me think because Sterling's 5'6", but of course I'm 5 foot, so he's tall to me.
Oh, gotcha.
I think in general that's 5'6" is a bit short.
That happens. I'm not that short. I mean, I'm not tall either, so. Right around, I think at my peak, 5'10"-ish. So I'm not that tall.
You're my height, exactly.
Yeah.
That's weird.
It was none of my doing. I had no control over it, okay? It's just the way it is. It's
I'm a 6'2".
Yeah, you're 6'2". It's not like an accomplishment or anything, right? You know what I'm saying?
No, that ain't what I'm saying. I was going to say, where I'm in the mountains, though, the average seems to be a lot bigger. You know, like the mountain folk up here are like 6'4", it seems like on average. So I'm 6'2". I'd be tall anywhere else I go, but here I'm like a fucking run of the litter. Oh, sorry.
Run of the litter.
Run of the litter.
Dude, buddy. Yeah.
I am tall at Kiwi's height. I am 5'10", approximately 2, and I am too tall here in India.
Really? I you know what? But I'm starting to get older. I haven't taken a height in a long time. You think I shrunk a bit?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you're
your backbone may be curved, not straight.
Hey, now.
Who's that? The scammer?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get on with the rituals
Get
and
on
move
with it.
forward. Call me a
Leave
scammer.
alone.
Too funny. Okay, where's Flat Earth? Flat Earther, give me a sound check. You came a little bit hot.
Am I good? I may be talking too loud.
I don't think you're talking too loud, but your mic's hot. Go ahead. Give me another one. Radio check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
I'll reduce the gain. Am I good now?
Yeah, that's much better. Yep. Thank you.
Dun dun dun.
Hey, QE, just
What?
for the show.
What do you want?
Just for the show. Just for your show. Flat Arthur has been upset with me because I asked him to apologize to New Moon for calling him
Wait a
liar.
second. Wait a second, Refracted. But the last thing I would like to do is to make the show about that. So I'm not really interested in delving deeper into the topic. And I think it is appropriate to deal with such things outside the show and
Oh,
not
no, it's
when we are
funny.
here, and especially not when we are on Politics
No,
Discord.
we're here right
I
now.
would,
that's
I
It's
don't
funny.
hey
I don't mind, but I don't
That's-
I wouldn't want it to be about me and my grudges. That's all.
okay, fair enough, and that's highly professional, Flat Earther. Thank you very much.
Sure.
It was funny, though.
Yeah.
Arthur, just so you know.
Super Flat Earther scammer.
Tony Whitcomb said, I'm that short. I live in an anthill.
Tony, you live in an anthill. We're
Booger
gonna
got
have to
excited.
parse. We're gonna have to parse that out, Flatsy, because Tony, he gives some riddles in there. Are you sure you read that right?
It says, I'm that short. I live in an anthill.
Let me go back in and see if you said that right.
I'm really short. Like, I rarely find anyone shorter than me except my sisters and midgets.
Man, midgets. Oh God.
What's the height requirement for a midget?
I think it's like 4'8" or something like that.
Don't they
Okay,
call
that's
them little people?
Sure, I've been called a midget my whole life, even though I'm not one. So I don't feel like it's that big of a deal.
Wait, I'll ask my wife. She's up on the political correctness. Hey, honey, what do they call
I think
midgets now?
I think the video just got demonetized.
Yeah, she said little people.
Elevation impaired is also acceptable.
Altitude impaired.
Man, I've heard that one before. Golly.
I like that. It's not a very big deal.
Thanks, honey. You said it once. I got it right. I got it the first time. Damn. She
Good
has to
one,
say.
Rachel.
She had to say little people twice. Mark,
What, midgets?
shut up. All right, let me get my act together and we'll get right into the show. This is going to be a continuation. We took a little break from this show because Ping Pong Golf Ball came out, so we had to go over and deal with that whole video, and we finished up with that on BALLBUSTERS on Saturday. But if you guys remember right, we were on which part were we on? We were on part 7 of the birth of the Twoo Erfers, part 7. And then we went off and we did a number of shows. We had to finish the Tim Fool show and Babylon Bob and Ping Pong Golf Ball Idiot. So we're back on track. We did the first, I think, 15 minutes of this show. Let me see. Yeah, the first 14 minutes. So let me throw this on. I got to go back to Discord 1 second. Let me share this before I forget. Let me share it with Discord first. All right, we got that squared away. So y'all jump in there, Quantum Eraser Live in Discord. Let me show everyone out there in YouTube land what I'm talking about. See, when I share something in Discord, there's Quantum. Look over in this side, for goodness sakes, people. And then you see Quantum Eraser up here. You see that green light flashing? That's me talking. So everyone in Discord here jumps in there. That's Quantum Eraser Live, and they can see the video that I'm about to show you in 2 seconds. See that one? Now, everyone in Discord can see it, and you can see it out there in YouTube land. Everyone got that? So we're all on the same sheet, in other words. So, get back to bringing you up to date. This is Efers debate. This has Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball and Brian's Logic. Like I said, we started this. It was a few weeks ago, but we're heading back in. Now, let me orient you into the appropriate time frame. As we come down here, this was streamed 2 years ago, but you click on that, right? This is September 8, 2022. The FED 1724 that we finished up a few weeks ago also was dated August 31st, 2022. So, this is 7 days after. 7 or 8, take your pick. It's a week after the debacle of Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball, right? He got his ass ripped out through his throat. And this is sort of the spin zone now. And Brian, I don't know. We'll have to ask Brian when he gets in here what led to this. But we'll ask him when he gets in. I can't remember. It's too long ago what led. I don't know why he went in here to talk to Ping Pong Golf Ball, but he did. And I don't know. The first 14 minutes were a belly laugher. If you go watch the end of that one, the end of the 1724 and the beginning of this one, because we did it all in one, it was a train wreck. But we're going to head back on in here, and we're going to see what we can scare up. I know it's bound to be stupid, repetitive, and moronic from Ping Pong Golf Ball. That's all I can promise you. Now that you're all oriented, all right? We got any issues in Discord? Speak now or forever. Not forever, but just hold your peace.
I was going to say, I think this has to do with Witsit going around after he was destroyed, bragging that no one from this side would debate him.
Oh, is that after he went through a debate?
Absolutely. Yeah, after he was destroyed in a debate, he said that no one from the FED panel would debate him. And Brian said, I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah. He you poor dumb bastard, Witsit. You're like the king.
I have one question.
What?
Huey, where do you get a light bright like that?
A light bright like that? Where? What light?
Behind Witsit's head. Looks like a light bright to me.
Oh, a light bright. Yeah, it does. Now that you say that. I don't know. Maybe Efers.com? So
Well, I got to go over.
You got to go there? Okay, go ahead. Go there. All right. Is that it?
Is that the background medium?
What?
Well, is that the background medium? That's the background medium. We found it, QE. It's right there.
That's not a
Right.
medium. That's an actual substance right there. It's not a medium for something else to go through. It's an object. That's a very important point. We might have to stop there at some point during this video, and I don't know. It depends on Ping Pong Golf Ball and where he goes. All right, so I got to make sure I can hear this. You want me to do 5 seconds? Make sure everyone hears it out there. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Turn this down. Shout out to Nathan. Let's go ahead and put that right about there. Of course, I won't be able to hear it now. Let's go ahead and put this up here. I should be good. 5.9er. It should be in my wheelhouse, but you never know. Changes day by day. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 seconds. You let me know if it's good to go. Here we go.
So now when you go on to call God a certain name or personify God.
Why are we calling God a certain name? Why are we talking about God? This is an Efer debate. Did everyone hear that?
He's about the same level as you are in Discord.
Let's check with YouTube just in case. We got to do this, folks. Just so it's not a train wreck. Let me check YouTube. Give me a thumbs up if you loud and clear. Thanks, Steven. Appreciate that. That was a real quick one. Usually it's delayed. Okay. All right, let's get on task. Not on that one. You guys ready? All right, here we go. Oh, remember, this is an Efer debate, just in case, right? You see down here? Efers debate. Keep that in mind while you're listening.
Sense. So now when you go on to call God a certain name or personify God and say, well, God is this or this or this.
Is this a God debate? I thought it was an Efer debate. What's going on here?
this. This is what I believe he's like. This is about what I believe he did to make the earth. These are religious claims.
Huh? This is what I believe he did to make the earth. What?
That's not a religious claim.
What the hell is he even on about? Well, let's find out. We're jumping right in here. I can't remember where we ended it the last time. So we'll give him a little latitude. Not much.
But you can logically establish that there is a creator.
Yes, I did. It's on my website. You can logically do it, and you can scientifically do it. Right? The logic is the disjunctive syllogism. It's on my website. You know the presentation you stole off me? You didn't steal it. It was on my website, and you went to an offshoot of modern day debate, and you put my argument for the creator to him. You remember when you did that? That's how you know you can do that. Now, I put that argument out. Hold on. I put that argument out there so people, so you didn't steal it. I put that argument out there, and that's for everyone. So you just didn't state who you got it from. That would have been probably helpful instead of more or less pretending it was yours. You're right on that thin line of plagiarism. I think you crossed it. Anyone remember that when he did that?
I was
Yes,
just
sir.
gonna ask,
Yep.
can we get a reminder of which argument you mean?
Say, Chocolate, it's hard for me to hear you. Can you try that one more time?
Just a reminder of what argument you mean. Which one?
Oh, he took the scientific evidences for a creator on my website. Well, I'll show everyone. I don't know if you guys will see it. Or, I'm sorry, proofs of the creator argument. This one?
Yeah, I'll see it.
Yeah, the only two possible worldviews are ontological primitives, and if you only have two choices, and if you totally rule one out, then the other one therefore must be true. It's a disjunctive syllogism. So I proved it via logic right here. I also proved it with the scientific proofs right here. So where's the disjunctive syllogism? Right here. Right? So disjunctive syllogism, a logical argument of the form that if there are only two possibilities and one of them is ruled out, then the other therefore must be true. So I ruled out natural phenomena, and that was one proof. So he's correct. You can do it that way. That's where he found that from. He just didn't give the author credit. But that's okay. It's not a big deal.
I know
And
what he's
I
doing.
would say
though.
logic.
What he's trying to
Go ahead. Sorry.
What he's trying to do is we're trying to define ether. He's saying you can't put these rigid boundaries on God, just like you can't on ether. So he doesn't have to define it.
Is that what he's trying to do?
Yes, exactly.
Is he stupid or something? That's rhetorical. Let's find out.
Okay.
But you can logically establish that there is a creator.
What does that have to do with Efers?
And I would say logically prove it, meaning
Yeah.
you can prove things with
I'm sorry.
logic if you can present a
Kiwi.
true dichotomy.
Hey.
I'm sorry, Kiwi, but I was trying to butt in at the same time that refracted was.
Go
And
ahead.
I just want to point out that what you are talking about is VIII using your argument in some kind of a conversation or debate which we had with another person.
Yes.
But I already pointed it out to you a long time ago that he has exactly used the same terminologies and wordings in his ex post, which is not just 140 characters, but it goes on pretty long, which you can do that if you are a premium subscriber of X. So he has done that. Based on that, can we at least say that it is a clear-cut case of plagiarism without any euphemism?
Wow. I didn't know that. Yeah.
I apprised you of that a long time ago. You don't remember that, and I
Well, that
don't
was
blame you for you.
Listen, I'll be 61 years old coming up here in a few weeks, scammer. So some of my memory from a few years ago, it's not as crisp as it used to be.
And add to the fact that I'm not so memorable. No one here actually remembers me. So
I
can
remember.
understand.
Listen, I remember
I do.
scammers. Okay,
I thought you were 63 2 years ago.
I wasn't 63 2 years ago. And shut up, Brian. Super Brian. Scammers screwing everything up.
Chow Yun Cat sent greetings. Jesus is Lord. Is everyone on panel a Christian? I'm a Christian, and I agree.
I say I am.
All right, looks like I'm going to have to go in here because there's some people off mute. I'm getting some feedback on here. If you're not getting ready to speak, make sure you're definitely muted. If I were to guess who the back feed was coming through, looking at this list right here, it would be Intensive Care Bear, right above chocolate.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, it was.
Nuh-uh.
Okay, fair enough. All right, where were we at? I was just okay. We were on the memory thing, and I'm just calling Flat Arthur a scammer. He's not really a scammer. It's an inside joke. So, yeah, you are memorable, and it's not because you aren't memorable that I forgot it. I just forget things like that. I wasn't aware of it. So if you brought it up, it probably wasn't. I didn't think it was that important at the time, and it's already done. But thank you for giving me that information and the audience. So what you're saying, Flat Arthur, we'll get back to you, Brian, in a second. What you're saying, Flat Arthur, he's definitely a plagiarist.
Just that. Yep.
Yeah, that's not surprising. So he's a double-speaking lion, sewer rat, Mr. Magoo, shapeshifter, Efer clown, plagiarist. Am I going to have to add that to the list?
And because you don't remember, let me remind you that he only plagiarized your ontological argument and not the other ones like the laws of thermodynamics and everything. So you have 4 points. You have 4 points. You just told me that he cannot possibly use all those other points because he does not believe in atoms and molecules and all those things. So it goes against his whole philosophy.
That's right. He did the same thing with the guy. I can't remember the guy's name that he wasn't debating. They called it a debate, but it's not a debate. We'll get into that. And it wasn't on the modern day debate official the usual platform they're on. It was at a different location. It was really strange. Somebody sent it to me and I'm like, what? But so, okay, this is Flat Arthur is saying he used the first part of this art. That means he used all this down to here. So he didn't use any of the scientific proofs of the creator. He definitely wouldn't have used number 2, quantum mechanics.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, too funny. All right. Fair enough. Thank you. And back to you, Brian. I didn't tell you I was 63 years old 2 years ago.
Maybe it was last year then.
Wasn't last year either. Now, we did want to ask you a question. Why were you here in this discussion?
On this, Witsit, I can't remember how it worked out. But Witsit was looking for someone to debate him. He'd done that twice. It was something like that. And he was having a go at FED and all the rest of it. And I was in contact with him through Skype at the time. And I offered him that I go over to his channel. And rather than, he didn't really, I don't think he at the time he wanted to have a debate. I don't know how it worked out, but it was agreed on that I would go over for a discussion. Right? At the time, because this is only a while after his second appearance on Nathan's.
Yeah, I know. It's within a week.
Yeah, it's very close to that.
Yep.
So I said, because he was saying that he wasn't getting a chance to talk and all this kind of stuff on Nathan.
Oh yeah.
And he was that, and so I said, okay, I'll go over to your channel, and rather than not making it, I think I remember, rather than not making it a debate, if we make it a discussion, you'll have loads of time to put out what you're claiming.
Okay.
That you didn't get to put out on FED. So that was the purpose of it.
Okay. All right, thanks. Yeah, we wanted some background, but you weren't here in the beginning. So he wanted the discussion, but he titled it Efers Debate. That's the title of you all see that. So, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
All right, we'll continue.
Prove it, meaning you can prove things with logic if you can present a true dichotomy, right?
Yes. He's using my argument against Brian. What the heck?
Right? Like if you can present a true dichotomy where there are no other options and only one of them is viable.
Yes, that's the disjunctive syllogism. Yes.
Perspective or outcome.
Then you prove something with logic. That's how I look at the creator. I can tell people definitively there is intelligent design behind this place.
Because you used my disjunctive syllogism argument. But what does that have to do with Efers?
Because there is no other logically viable alternative. That means I've proven something with logic. I did not have to manipulate the creator to do that.
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. What?
I think that's the big disconnect here is
what's a big disconnect? What the hell is he talking about? Disconnected? What disconnect? What's disconnected, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball? What's the other part of the disconnect? Or the
equivocated with God.
I don't know. He didn't state it. It's one big nothing burger. It's just meaning. There's no meaning here. It's directionless drivel that he's got it in that caper-sized piece of horse shit between the earmuffs he's got on. What? Let's see what Brian does. You better not agree with that.
Is I don't have now. There are things now. The material world is.
Do you want to, get your thoughts together? I've had enough with the sentence fragments. Okay, glue sniffer. So use your words.
The 3D reality we experience came from the creator.
So the 3D reality itself came from, and?
Right? In that scenario. Mm-hmm. So like we're talking about the 3D world. We're looking at the design, the order of it.
No, not the order. I remember we were talking about this before. You're conflating the three differences or different complexities. You have random sequence complexity. You should have read through that presentation that you plagiarized. You might have noticed this. It's at the bottom of that presentation, by the way, glue sniffer, ping pong golf ball. Yeah, there's three types of complexity. Random sequence complexity, ordered sequence complexity that you just appealed to, and functional sequence specified complexity. That's the one that demonstrates the creator there, glue sniffer, not order. You're a moron.
And we're saying, okay, using this material evidence, this is what proves a creator.
What material evidence? Matter? What the hell are you talking about?
It's very similar to the rest of these discussions. So
it's very similar to the rest of it. How? What are you on about? What is Efer? Glue sniffer.
And Nathan also, right on cue, says, you may begin.
We already beginning.
Well, now
this is why he wanted to do it.
John, shut the heck up. Let Fotsy finish.
That's okay. I was just saying this is the real beginning, though. Now, I mean, he can go now.
Who can go, Nathan or John?
John.
John.
This is why he wanted to. This is why he wanted to equivocate with God, so that he could say that, oh, you can't define it. Just like you can't put God in a box.
You could define God. You could define God. He's a creator. He didn't say anything about defining God. Anyway, you could define God. He's a creator. Simple.
Yeah, but he did say that you can't put limitations on it, right?
No, he said you can't manipulate the creator, which is a non sequitur to the discussion. That's what he said. Let's keep going.
That's kind of how I look at it. I think that's kind big disconnect. And that's why.
What's the disconnect? What is ether? Why are you looking over here?
Because he's saying that he doesn't have to scientifically prove ether. He can do it the way that
But
he's.
don't anticipate. Do not anticipate that.
Sorry.
You're like Adam. It's like Adam and Brian has spread this disease. You're getting in these crayon munchers' minds and you're trying to interpret or figure out where he's going and what his points are. Don't do that. Just listen to the words that are coming out of their blowholes. Okay? Thank you. Now, that might be true, but let him say it.
Why I don't want to call anyone materialist if they're not.
What? You're a materialist, you moron. You see that Adidas idiot half a sissy jacket you got on? That's matter. Right? You see everything around here, your microphone, the door, your idiot light bright behind you, your little whatever this thing is over your stool over here. That's all matter. So you're a materialist, dumbass.
I happen to know that you guys are not materialists.
Not materialist. What?
You can't really be a flat earther and be an atheist.
What does that have to do with materialist? You're a bit confused, aren't you? What is he on about? This is rhetorical. That doesn't mean that you speculate what he's trying to say. My God.
It doesn't actually make any sense, right?
Yeah, no, you don't make any sense.
Like, because if the Earth is stationary, it had to be placed there. So
now number one, now we're off on another tangent. So right out of the blue, so he says if the Earth is stationary, it had to be placed there. That's non sequitur. It's a red herring fallacy away from your idiot topics, but you're all over the map anyway. And because the Earth is because something is stationary somewhere, it had to be placed there. It's non sequitur. It doesn't follow. What the hell are you on?
Jimmy, I will point out that if we try to just deal with what he says, we will not be able to make any kind of coherent statement.
Yeah, there is no coherency here. Up to this point, you should be institutionalized. What's it? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. I was going to say, yeah, like ping pong golf ball.
I just was going to say ping pong golf ball. But just for the minute and a half that we've been going through this, you haven't made a coherent sentence, much less a point. Scary.
I know you're not literally materialist. It's just that the talking.
He's not literally well, what's a materialist?
Point stems from materialism historically.
The talking points stem from what? What talking points? Whose talking points? Your talking points? What the hell are you on about?
And that's my problem. Like,
no, your problem is you need to be institutionalized. You're in Egypt, dude. Nothing has made sense, dude. Nothing.
I disagree with it vehemently.
You disagree with what vehemently?
Material. It's material. He disagrees with material. I don't know what does that even mean?
He didn't. What? He disagrees. Is that what he's saying?
He said, "I know you're not a materialist, and I disagree with that
vehemently." That doesn't make any sense.
No, yeah, you can't do nothing with that.
So, I guess, does that make sense to you?
No, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's directionless, incoherent drivel.
Can I just say in can I just say in my defense that at this stage of ICS, we're not really able to confirm what I'm saying yes to. Because there's a lot going on there.
No. Did you say yes? I'm pulling a fiver. If you
I'm not
agree,
sure if I did.
if you agreed with that, then you're on trial. Let's hear it.
I disagree with it vehemently. So I guess does that make sense to you?
The atomic model, basically.
Say again?
The molecular.
Oh, he says does that make sense to you? But you had already started another question. He saved your ass. Because you would agreed with him just to continue the discussion, and now it had jumped all over you. You're lucky.
He beat an agreement there with you.
Yeah. Okay. What do you got to say, Brian?
Oh, well, I didn't agree with him. So
Not now.
You disagree with that. The atomic.
No, I'm not saying. I was asking you on tape. What do you got now? Not what you got now, Brian, live. Damn. All right, here we go.
The molecular model. You disagree with that. The atomic model.
Who's pouring? Who the hell's taking a bath?
Not me.
Oh, sorry.
I'll tell you what. Now we got to go back again.
The molecular model. You disagree with that. The atomic model.
Yeah, I disagree.
The atomic model doesn't exist. There is no atomic model. And if there was, that's an objective topic. How can you offer an agree-disagree question to an objective topic? That's non sequitur, Brian.
Well, my question was, does he agree with?
I know. I heard you. And did you hear what I said?
QE, he may be setting up a trap to point that out.
Oh, you're covering Brian. You're trying to say he's setting up a trap with a non sequitur. Okay, fair enough. Let's go back.
Model. The molecular model. You disagree with that. The atomic model.
Yeah, I disagree with the atomic model. Absolutely.
Well,
yeah.
Well, like I said, there's no such animal as the atomic model. It's atomic structure. There is no model. So by agreeing with an objective claim, you idiot of a clown, you just sacrificed your whole. This is utter nonsense up to this point. Non sequiturs, incoherency, just stupid shit. So now you disagree with the molecular. He said molecular model. So let's just say there's a molecular model. Then how can you appeal to electrostatics? When electrostatics are all inter and intramolecular bonds are electrostatic. You see the molecular part in that definition? Molecules are made up of atoms. You get it? Clown show. Another contradiction. Say again?
But did you not hear for all intents and purposes?
No, I didn't hear that.
Well, Witsit may have missed that, but just put that in.
No, we're not putting anything in or taking anything away. Wisecracker.
I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, sip on that goober juice. See how more stupid you can get.
I don't have a whole lot of information on it, right?
On what?
On the atomic model.
Why are we talking about the atomic model when that doesn't exist, by the way? When this is an Efers debate, Brian? That's what I thought.
I did hear about how they did.
That was part of this conversation. He wanted to talk, like, he's trying to claim that we're some kind of atomists.
Well, he didn't bring it up. He didn't bring it up. You did.
Yep.
Well, it was in the prior debate. It was part of the prior debate that before this that led.
I understand that, but that wasn't brought up just yet.
That was the agreed upon topics. Me and him, like, to converse about. It was one of them.
Yeah, but let Knuckle Dragger bring it up. Let Knuckle Dragger bring it up, not you.
Okay.
All right, fair enough. Since we're here, we might as well stay, right?
Was it the nuclei of helium into gold foil?
So we're going into Rutherford's demonstration, correct? Gold foil. They call it an experiment. It's not. It's demonstration.
And that nuclei, sometimes it bounced off the gold foil in an angle, sometimes it went through, and sometimes it came back at 180 degrees.
So during this demonstration, alpha particles were fired at gold foil. This was around 19... Oh, boy. 1908, 9 or 10, some in the early 1900s. Ernest Rutherford with Mr. Geiger of Geiger counter fame took some gold foil and started firing alpha particles at this gold foil, and they had detectors all around, like a big circle all around the gold foil. Now, the majority of alpha particles fired at the gold foil, they just went right straight through it, right? And the detector detected stuff on the back, like directly behind the gold foil. But some went off at an angle. But the really crazy part is that a few came right back at him, 180 degrees, right? And in fact, Rutherford said it was tantamount to, it was the most shocking thing in his entire life. This is what, I'm paraphrasing. Rutherford said that it was akin to firing cannonballs at tissue paper and having them come back at you. That's what he said. So that's what Brian's talking about.
So they surmise from this is that something, it's hitting something.
Somebody saying? Somebody want to add something?
So that's one hell of a tissue paper.
Say again? Is it 2-ply or 1-ply?
Hey, John, just for clarification, they weren't firing a wave.
That's correct.
At a piece of gold foil. Okay, I'll just clarify. Thank you.
That's correct. You're welcome.
Sometimes and not hitting something other times. That was what their summation. Now, I don't know all the details of that demonstration of what they did, but that was the beginning, as far as I know, or part of it, where they started looking at things at the micro level or the macro level or whatever.
Yeah, I think Rutherford disproved the plum pudding model that wasn't a model. Remember the plum pudding one? I forget who the one that was that first put that out. Was that J.J. Thomson?
J.J. Thomson, yes. J.J. Thomson.
Look at I still have a memory, but you never know what I'm going to remember. Shut up, Flatsy. I can laugh at that, not you. Damn.
I don't remember remembering.
Yeah, I don't remember remembering. Yeah, that's a good one.
And you know what, QE? Just before your live stream, we were talking about this on Discord. Somehow the Rutherford experiment, which is not actually an experiment, it came up in our discussion.
Oh, boy, isn't that strange? How ironic is that? Brian Jedi mind tricked you into talking about friggin' Ernest Rutherford then, I guess, right? Or J.J. Thomson.
I had no clue that you were going to review this video.
I know you didn't. That's what I said. It's so fortuitous. Okay, here we go.
When it comes to materialists, like we're all material. So
duh.
Yeah, but when you were talking about material,
super materialist.
Tony Whitcomb sent, in my eyes, the atomic model is Derby Harry, i.e. Blondie. What a fox.
See, this is what I'm talking about with Tony. Yeah, there's many layers to this. Thanks for the super chat, Tony. I'll go back and look at them after the show. Appreciate it.
Being a materialist, you're talking about like a Big Bang believer would be a materialist. You're talking about in that way. Is that what you mean?
Well, okay, so
not okay. So is that what you mean? Yes or no? Okay, so is not a coherent response.
To address the nuance, yeah, technically we're all materialists, meaning that we all live.
So yeah, you finally said yeah.
Within the material world, and we all interact with the material world, and we acknowledge that it exists. In that sense, we are materialists. I mean it in the sense of like a holistic materialism, meaning nothing exists outside of the material world.
That's not a materialist, you glue sniffing fungus muncher.
Super
That's super philosophical naturalism, is what it is.
Tony Whitcomb sent Debbie, so not Derby.
Debbie, that helps now. I totally understand it.
In my eyes, the atomic model is Debbie Harry, i.e. Blondie. What a fox.
Debbie Harry. Is she Harry or Harry?
Oh, boy.
Oh, brother. Okay, let's move on. So let's go back. This is kind of important. This shows his abject ignorance. So I'm gonna pull a J.
It exists. In that sense, we are materialists. I mean it in the sense of like a holistic materialism, meaning nothing exists outside of the material world.
No, that's called philosophical naturalism, not materialist. You're just a clown. You're a pretender clown. You don't even know that. What are you doing here? If anybody see his subscribers are all Globe Dumpster subscribers and they're abject morons. But we were talking about this the other day. See, he can get over saying this shit and getting away with it because the ignorance of his subscribers. But Adam brought up a good point the other day. If anyone is even like they've recently graduated high school and or they at least got some university knowledge, no matter the topic, they will laugh in his face. Ladies and gentlemen, like I'm doing, just simply. He's a clown. He's a pretender clown fraud. That's it. That's it. Ping pong golf ball, idiot.
Meaning if it's not materially manifest, it does not exist.
That's philosophical naturalism. And quantum mechanics took them to the woodshed.
And everything that does exist stems from the material world.
Yep, philosophical naturalism. Yep.
And that's the definition of materialism.
It is not. It's the definition of philosophical naturalism, you moron. My God.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying, but you're a dumbass. You don't know what you're saying because he keeps looking over here, right? I don't know what he's looking at, and over here in this corner. So I don't know who's feeding you, but they're bad, stupid ass, son.
May I?
And when you say, hold
on, go ahead.
Yeah, he is running a live stream, so he's probably just checking things.
He's checking his chat?
Chat. Oh yeah, he's always checking chat.
Yeah,
So
but that won't be in two places, will it?
yeah, if he's got multiple screens, I've got two screens, so I have to look at both of them.
Yeah, with two screens with chat?
With chat?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So if he's looking at one screen with chat, then there's something on the other screen. Yeah, follow that?
I mean, yes.
Yeah. So just watch him.
Depends.
Just watch him.
We can't prove anything outside of the material world.
What do you mean we can't prove anything outside the material world? Didn't you just plagiarize me and prove something outside the material world, which is God with a disjunctive syllogism? You contradict yourself with every breath. You're a dumb fuck. You just did that. And why are we talking about something outside the material world when this is an Efer debate? When Efer is in our 3D world? Pray tell. Is this some glue sniffing deflection to get everyone sniffing somewhere else in your incoherent drivel over here and you forget the main topic? Are you on drugs? Does he seem like he's like on something? Is it me? Is that just me?
I will say that my client is trying to get him to get a coherent statement at this point. I don't think Brian can be held accountable for his ignorance.
No, not Brian. Not Brian, not yet, at least.
I vehemently disagree on an
You vehemently disagree with what?
intellectual level, like I just laid out.
You are not on an intellectual level. You never were and never will be. What the hell is he on about now? What are you talking about?
It out with the creator, right? And if
so he just contradicted himself. He said we just did that with the creator. After he said we can't prove anything outside of the material world that he just did a little while ago. It's an idiot sandwich of friggin' contradictions. This is what do you want me to do with this?
I just want an acquittal on Brian.
You want an acquittal of Brian because he, like, with all his bullshit, mesmerized Brian into talking nonsense? Is that what you're saying?
No. Brian's being accused of not addressing his points, but he's not made a point. So
Brian hasn't been accused of anything just yet.
Oh, why am I defending him then?
Well, because you already know your client feels guilty, and you want to, in a preemptive attack, head off any friggin' flamethrowers in his general direction.
Do you think he thinks the ether is outside of the material world? Is that what he's trying to go with?
I don't know where he's going with this. First of all, there's a number of contradictions, right? And if he is, we're going to find out here. I don't know. I can't remember. So, but I don't know. Let's just continue.
If you remember what stemmed this whole thing before.
What stemmed this whole thing was your pretender clown fraud that you pulled in 1702. When you said light needs a medium to travel through, and it has to be something rather than nothing, because you can't have nothing double negative. And so therefore it must be something, and the something's Efers. That was your original claim. And then not too long after that, you contradicted yourself by saying light doesn't travel. And then claiming you never made your original claim. It's like a smorgasbord of abject moron.
Before we get into the atomic model, which is
there is no atomic model, and we don't have to get into the atomic model. You don't feebly attempt to refute beach balls, then therefore that ipso facto proves invisible luminescent gerbils. That makes no sense. So prove your invisible luminescent gerbils, please.
a big part of it. I was using the analogy of the container.
That was, yes, you were using that train wreck, false comparison, false analogy fallacy. You're conflating antecedents and consequence with each other. That's what you were doing. We already exposed that FED when we reviewed FED 1724.
Right? And so now that kind of got strawmanned. But
it didn't get strawmanned. You got your ass ripped through your throat with it. That's what happened.
But the reason I brought that up was, now it's not exactly analogous.
No, it's not analogous at all. Let's show this. Oh, that's the show. Or QE song. Sorry about that. Let's see. Let's go back to it. I got it here. Here it is. Here's your false equivalence fallacy with the necessary antecedent. So what we say is necessary antecedent is a container. The consequent is gas pressure. What ping pong golf ball tried to pull was his necessary antecedent Efers, substanceless immaterial medium, which is a paradox, and his consequent electromagnetic waves that don't exist. That was his false equivalence fallacy. And then he started to confuse gas pressure, the consequent, with his antecedent. It was a train wreck of a dumpster fire. Yeah, we exposed it in the last video. You can refer to that if you like.
Because we have gas pressure in the real world and we can demonstrate it with containers and even naturally occurring, right? But we do not know where the physical container of the Earth is.
That's irrelevant. The compelling factor in the matter is the gas pressure. Necessary antecedent, clown.
We don't know what it is, where.
Who cares? Irrelevant.
It is, what it's made of.
Irrelevant.
How big it is. We
Irrelevant.
know nothing, none of that.
Irrelevant.
We cannot scientifically prove the container of Earth. We cannot.
Don't need to. The compelling factor in the matter is, as I said, gas pressure. Can't have gas pressure without a container, dipshit. Now, how does that compare to your Efers? Because we could show gas pressure, and we could show the container, or a container. Right? Show Efers.
We don't know where it is. We can't manipulate it.
Oh, my God.
We present that argument as a logical argument.
That's not a logical argument. Necessary antecedent consequent is a cause and effect argument. It has nothing to do with logic. That's what I said, folks. He's an idiot. Absolute idiot. Oh, I see what he's doing now. So, he's conflating he's equivocating. What a doofus. He's equivocating his logical argument that he stole off me for proof of a creator to the necessary antecedent consequent train wreck as a logical argument also when it's not. This is a potpourri of moron dumbassery. That's what he's doing. Everyone catch that?
You told me not to anticipate when I said it.
You didn't anticipate what I just said.
I didn't articulate it as well. I'll give you that. But
okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Go ahead. Smash yourself in the face with a spade shovel some more. Ping pong golf ball.
Necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container. That's based on all observable phenomena.
That's all observable phenomena, yes. Now show us Efers.
That's what we know. That's based on the behavior of gas. Therefore, there must be a container on the Earth.
There you go. You said it yourself. Now show the Efers.
That's a logical axiom, just like...
It's not a logical axiom, you moron. You're an abject moron. That's not a logical axiom. He doesn't know what logic or axioms are.
It's like we see design and order on the Earth. Therefore, it must have been placed in order. You see.
Therefore, it must have been placed in order. We see logic and design on Earth. Let's get that again. What a dumbass. Say it again.
We see design and order on the Earth.
We see design and order on the Earth. Therefore,
it must have been placed in order.
Therefore, it must have been placed in order. Well, you must be a brain surgeon or something.
Did he just said something and reworded it? And
he's an idiot. And within his idiot statement, like I told you before, order is not placed in order because order doesn't have anything to do with intelligence. I've showed that multiple times. He doesn't know the differences between complexity. Random sequence complexity, ordered sequence complexity, and functional sequence specified complexity. It's a potpourri of dumb fuckery. That's what we got here.
You see, so that was the analogy.
Say again.
Is it possible he thinks that when he puts a tray of ice in the freezer, that someone actually comes in and builds the ice while he isn't looking? And
I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Okay.
There, which is, when the Globers say, "Oh, where is this container? Can you buy?"
I like the way he flails his Skeletor arms too, and he shakes in his chair. He's like a fucking idiot.
Bottle it up for me. We're like, I don't have to bottle it up.
You don't have to bottle up the container. Yes, because gas pressure is the compelling factor in the matter.
It's a logical argument.
It's not a logical argument, idiot. It's a necessary antecedent consequence, cause and effect.
Right? Sometimes you can present things as arguments without being able to physically manipulate them.
What? Where are you going with this, Glue Sniffer?
And verify them individually. No one can verify the physical container of the Earth.
Don't have to verify the physical container of the Earth because it's the gas pressure that's a compelling factor in the matter. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Therefore, when you see gas pressure, there must be a container. Glue
Can I tell
Sniffer?
you where he's going with it?
No.
Do you want?
No.
Oh,
Because you're in here. What do you think you're Gene Dixon? You're already in here.
yeah, but I knew where he was trying to go at the time.
You're already in here. You know where he's going with it. Do you think that might be cheating?
Kind of.
Shut up. Super cheater.
Theo Megawordy, he sent ex post hoc ergo prompter hoc, therefore hoc.
It's not prompter hawk, it's propter hawk, and therefore hawk. That makes sense.
Individually, but we can prove it with logic. You kind of
You're not proving it with logic. It's the cause and effect relationship, you idiot.
see now that got misrepresented as if
it didn't get misrepresented. You don't know what you're talking about.
I was putting ether and gas pressure here beside.
Yeah, you were. That's what you were doing, you idiot. You were putting ether and gas pressure there. Yep. That's what you were doing. So gas pressure is the consequent over here, and you were substituting your necessary antecedent for it. You train wreck dumbass. That's one problem. The other problem is your necessary antecedent is a paradox. Ours is not a paradox. It's a container. Idiot. Glue sniffer.
Each other, but that's not what I was doing.
Yeah, that's what you were doing, and you got exposed.
I was pointing out the.
May you? Yes, you may.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to say thank you for the super chat. Since he was on a roll and he forgot to say thank you.
Who forgot to say thank you? Me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I get on a roll. Sorry about that. Appreciate it. Really and truly, my wife appreciates it. I'll tell you that much.
Logic.
It's not logic.
The way that we present that argument, that's not a sign.
Who are we? Who's we? I've never heard anybody else besides your dumbass present what you think an argument is. It's not an argument. It's a belly laugher, and I've already exposed it.
Scientific argument. That's a logical argument because
it's not logic, you dumbass.
Physically manipulate the container.
It's not about physically manipulating the container.
Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. We see what you're trying to say, and you're retarded. Okay? Brian's going to get Jedi mind tricked. I'll guarantee it.
I just want to point out.
Uh-huh.
And your analogy.
I just want to.
Uh-huh. He's trying to. You're trying to stall.
No, I just want to point out all the times I interrupted them.
Oh, yeah, you were interrupting him so much here. That's true. Good point. You see, the other day, Whitsitt came in on to Nathan's show and said that Brian's problem is he always interrupts.
I'm an evil interrupter.
Evil interrupter, exactly. Has anyone heard Brian interrupt this long, glue-sniffing monologue of his? Brian didn't do it once. He just sat there and took it.
I got one more question for you. He's saying ether is like a container now? Is that what he's going with?
You're going to have to ask him.
Okay.
You have to ask him.
I will.
Yep.
You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, you're a moron.
I understand your analogy.
You understand? Uh-oh. Johnny Cochran, are you out there?
Oh, shit. Brian, why'd you say? Well, let's see where he goes with it. Maybe he's setting him up.
But how do you relate that then to I understand your analogy concerning the container as me or you, let's say any normal people. So
any normal people? Isn't that begging the question that you two guys are normal?
I suppose so.
Certainly, I don't know who can. But me or you, we can't go and touch this container. That's true. But we can't do that. Right? We're stuck here where we are. The highest we go is in a commercial airliner. But how do you relate that as an example with ether?
Okay. Johnny Cochran, he is acquitted of those charges. Yeah, he saved
Thank
us.
God I had to go answer the door.
Yeah, he had to agree. You were right. He had to agree with him to come back. So you're acquitted of those. So you could sit back in your chair for right now, Brian. Okay.
What would be your counterpart?
Yeah, good question. So, because what I was saying was we have electromagnetic energy.
What's that? What electromagnet? You have it? Who are we? And then show us this electromagnetic energy. Then before you show it, define electromagnetism. Let's see. Yeah, everyone, if he ever does that, get your popcorn out. Because you're going on a wild ride.
Right? And so
no, wrong.
So is this energy sustained within something?
Is this energy, what energy? What's energy? Define energy. Is this energy sustained within something? What? Huh?
Sounds like he's trying to equivocate wave with energy.
Who knows?
Right now. It's like he's trying to do.
Who knows? This is nonsense.
Could it be sustained by itself within nothing?
Oh, meat hooks nothing. So we can't have nothing, right? Double negative.
Double negative.
Also presented it as, what exists outside of this material world.
He asked you how this compares, how gas pressure in a container compares to your idiot argument, and you haven't answered his question. Now you're off on some idiot tangent, not answering a simple question. Doofus. Meat hook doofus. Look at his meat hooks over here.
Also presented it as, what exists outside of this material world.
What does that have to do with anything? What? Huh?
He just asked what physically exists outside the physical world. How does that even make sense as a question?
Did he ask physically? Let's go back. Hold on.
Also presented it as, what exists outside of this material world. Is there?
No, he didn't say physical. He said, what exists outside this material world? So, obviously, God does, but what does that have to do with your argument, your position, number one? And what does that have to do with the container argument that Brian just asked you? Absolutely nothing. You need to be institutionalized, dude. So go ahead and train wreck yourself with this. Let's get the whole thing. This got to be a belly laugh.
Also presented it as, what exists outside of this material world. Is there something?
Yes, there is. God, the creator, the one we just proved before.
Or is there nothing?
No, there's a creator out there at least.
And seeing as how nothing cannot exist.
Oh my God.
Oh, double negative. And by the way, you gave me pareidolia. Like now I see a serpent up in the little squiggly lights.
Oh, up here.
Yes.
That's
you
what
gave me
it is.
pareidolia.
It's not pareidolia. That's what it is.
The only logically viable option is that there is something.
Yeah, God's out there. What does that have to do with your ether or his container, your container analogy, Trainwreck?
And I was trying to bridge the gap with that, where you don't.
There is no gap to be bridged. There's an unfordable gap between your ears. Right? It's the only perfect vacuum that we've ever found.
You don't have to call it ether.
Save for the caper-sized piece of horseshit in there. I stand corrected.
You don't have to go on to make
what's ether?
Future claims about what it is, what
is.
It's there, what it's like. Just like I don't.
God's there. We already proved him. Remember? You stole my argument.
don't have to claim what the container is or what it's made
Now
of
we're back to container. How does that relate to God?
or anything, right? But like the only option is something or nothing.
The only option between what and be something or nothing. What are you talking about? What? You better hope a mental health professional is not listening to this. I'll tell you that much. I mean, you got abject retards in the corner dying from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. Mr. Magoo is blushing. This is incoherent at a level I don't think anyone has ever reached. Maybe T-jump. Just hold on. You'll have to make the comparison. We'll get the T-jump later on this month.
Hold it down to a true dichotomy. So
what's the true dichotomy? Look at Blatty. Damn.
Yes, I see.
logically speaking.
Logically speaking, what? We going to go back to the disjunctive syllogism then? Well, what the hell does that have to do with what Brian asked you?
I've logically proven that there is something outside the material world.
Well, hold on. Something and nothing are not contrapositives. One is a concretely real entity, and the other is a state of affairs. So they're not contrapositive, so they can't be put in dichotomy.
Yep. Yeah, he's an idiot.
So this is a false dichotomy and a category error. So it's incoherent. Yep. Now it's rhetorically persuasive to the person who's not quite following what's happening here, and a lot of people are hoodwinked by it, and other people could recognize quickly that it's wrong. But some people are scratching their heads when they hear this, and they're like, "I know something's wrong about this."
Yes.
But I just can't put my finger on it.
Correct. Yeah, he needs to be institutionalized. Yep.
World. Now that means that there's a metaphysical realm.
Wow, you really? Oh, we would have never known that without you, Captain Obvious. Ping pong golf ball. Thank you, clown. What's ether?
Hey, do you mind if I make an aside for a second of something that happened when Mr. Sungenis brought it up in that previous thing?
Go ahead. I'm going to go get some fruit. Take a minute or so.
They tried to say that there can't be nothing in between particles. So if you have a particle here and you have a particle there, you can't have empty space there. So you need something there to transfer the motion. And so that he imagined a smaller particle in between the two particles. But then you end up with the same problem. Now you have a gap between those two particles. And if you make another smaller particle, you have a gap between those two particles, right? Ad infinitum, infinite regress. Now the problem with that is that even if you postulate the idea of a medium that is smaller than all other matter that transfers an energy between the bigger particles, you could still accomplish their concept of a wave, a mechanical wave, transferring energy from one particle to another without having to fill up every single empty space. So their position is absolutely incoherent.
Oh yeah, so it's kind of like that. It's called some sort of question where how would somebody get to the wall if they half the distance?
Exactly, it's infinite.
Yeah.
You never solved the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So even postulating a substrate medium that transposes energy from one location to another does not solve the problem of there being no empty space. You still have to answer that.
Well, that's why I guess that's where they come in. Let me not jump the gun. I don't want to get yelled at.
Well, we got a minute to fill.
Okay, so they go from nothing to something to everything. So they have no other option but to go to everything in the line of reasoning that
which is
incoherent.
Like, so Janus tried to make it a subparticle in the presentation that he was putting forth, whatever, with the book made of plum particles or Planck particles.
Plum.
Which doesn't solve. Yeah, I could have sworn it was plum, but someone said Planck, and I could have sworn it was plum.
Nah, Sungenis
I thought he said Plunk.
Sungenis said Planck particles, and DJ Curious on Patty and Mark's show called it plum particles.
You know what I heard? I know I thought I heard what I heard, but what I heard in my submind was Pym particles, like from the guy that shrinks himself real small on Marvel comics. Because they were talking about shrinking really, really small, and then you got to get even smaller to fit in the tight space.
Hey, I went out to get some fruit, right? I go out there. My wife just got back from shopping a little while ago, and I seen the chicken wings down there, and I said, I looked at them and I looked at the weight, and they're 1.39 pounds. I said, you ripped me off. I said, I need some more. I need at least 1.5 of chicken wings. And she goes, and I was walking back towards the hallway when I said it. I was walking past her, and she goes, well, it's better than nothing. And I said, nothing can't exist.
Oh, nice one, Kitty.
Have you been witsitized?
I just wanted to share that with you. I thought it was freaking hilarious. She didn't
The
say
opposite of that.
She didn't say anything. She just let it go.
Can I just lay out the opposite of that statement? It's that something can exist.
Thanks, Brian. All right, here we go.
You're welcome.
I mean, you can call it whatever you want to.
You're an ass clown.
Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
Logically.
Right. Wrong.
Speaking, there has to be something outside of the material world.
What does that have to do with your position? And see, he's looking over this way, Flatsy, and then he looked back over here.
Right, and I don't like it when people do that. You can call it whatever you want to. Like, that's what the Glovers do about gravity. I can't stand it.
I called him whatever I wanted to. He's an ass clown.
Okay. That's not what I meant.
That's what I meant.
Nothing. Now the question is, well, we know energy can't be created nor destroyed, so where does it come from?
So hold on. This is what? He must have got this for somebody's feeding him. What did you say?
It can't be nothing. Now the question is, well, we know energy can't be created nor destroyed, so where does it come from?
So where does it come from? It already came from. So if nature can't create or destroy matter or energy, didn't we already go over this? Then the creator created the energy, and it came from him. Glue sniffer. And what the hell does this have anything to do with your idiot position, by the way? What in the world is going on here?
You talked about the first law. Well, where does the energy come from? Does it come from somewhere?
What do you mean? Where does the energy come from? It came from God. Where God is, he created this place.
Where? Or does it come from nowhere?
Oh my God, he meat hooked us. No, it doesn't come from nowhere, you idiot clown. It came from the creator to his creation. Do you understand that now? Next block of instruction. How to sit down and point at a friggin' horse. Idiot.
You see what I'm saying? Well, nothing.
No, we don't see what you're saying. No.
And nowhere cannot exist. That means we
nowhere. It didn't come from nowhere. It came from God, idiot.
We only have one option. There's something there. There's something there, and energy can come from it.
We only have one option. Yes, it came from the creator. We only have one option. Creator. Yes.
Right. And now, when you call it a certain name, and you go
call what a certain name? It's energy.
And all these other claims. That's much like the analogy with God.
It's not an analogy with God. The energy came from God. It came into his creation. It's still here.
You can say there's a creator, but you start telling me about your religion. Well,
we're not talking about religion. You're an idiot. Did Brian start talking about a religion, you moron?
Making up claims, right? And so that's when I make it very clear. Well, I'm speculating about.
You're making it very clear. You're speculating being fed by somebody over here. What are you speculating? Are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get to a coherent sentence or point? Anytime. We haven't reached it yet.
About the ether. I'm trying to figure out what
about the ether. Now the ether shows up. What's that?
Makes the most sense so we can have a framework to work on. But
a framework to work on? What framework? What's ether? My God.
Oh, that makes sense. It's logical.
It doesn't make any damn sense whatsoever. You're a fucking moron. That's it. Why didn't you tell him that, Brian?
I'd be accused of interrupting.
Oh, he just took a big old gulp out of his big old water in the middle of it.
Oh my God! Are you good? Is he gonna? Is Brian gonna try to parse all that incoherent, directionless drivel? Let's see.
Axiom that something
there is. It's not a logical axiom.
Sustains that energy.
Just now we're back on sustaining some energy. What's next? Beluga whales?
Right, because we see it come here.
What? What the fuck did he just say? Let me go back.
Axiom that something sustains that energy, right? Because we see it come here.
We see energy come here? Huh? What the fuck is he talking about?
I have no idea. I didn't either.
Does anyone have a clue on what this glue sniffer's talking about?
Yes.
What?
It's already here.
He said,
Brian.
Go ahead, Chocolate.
Sorry, I just got one question for Brian. Is this the one where I can levitate anything with electrostatics? No. I can levitate anything with electrostatics.
Yes, I think it's this one.
Is that this one? Yeah.
It is, yes.
All right,
Yes, yeah.
That's my favorite part. Thanks.
Is that so? You're gonna stick around because you're looking forward to that?
No, I know he's had a couple of conversations with us, so I'm wondering if this is the one. That was my favorite
Chocolate.
part.
Thanks for red herring fallacy away from my point here with this idiot crayon muncher about we see the energy come here. So now we're back on. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. So
in Chocolate's defense, though, that's to even discuss what he said there is pretty stupid. You know.
So Chocolate's trying to get around that, get me off the trail of that stupid shit.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't trying to get you off no trail, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but yeah.
I'm just trying to. I'm tickled to death that I don't have to, I didn't agree to defend him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, dude, but there ain't no defense to that. I apologize.
Can't you hear in Chocolate's voice? Sometimes in Chocolate's voice when he's talking to me, utter contempt with me.
No.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear. In fact, it's quite attractive. I like.
Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, I do. I like it.
Is it quite? Is it palpable?
Yes, to me it is. Yes. I find
that's what happens when you're friends.
Yeah, it does. That's what happens. You're right. All right, let's continue with this glue sniffer. So let's not forget, we see energy come here. Is he talking about the sun?
Who knows?
We can take bets.
We can take bets.
And where does it come from if we can't?
Where does it come from? The energy was already here. It's always been. You just went over. It's the first law of thermodynamics. He doesn't understand what the first law of thermodynamics is. Number one, he doesn't realize that he just stated it seconds beforehand. He doesn't realize what he says like 15 to 30 seconds beforehand. It's totally lost on him. He's a moron. Super moron.
Sasha sent which energy we see coming.
Yes, good question. Yeah.
Is he
what?
Is it possible that he's misunderstanding the energy changing form into it coming here?
We're not. We're not there. We're not at that point. No.
You can't create it. It has to be transferred from somewhere. Does that make sense?
Oh my God! It has to be transferred from somewhere. Yes. God created it, and he put it into his creation. Okay? Idiot boy.
Sense to you?
Can I point out something?
I understand your logic behind it.
Yep.
Very quickly.
Oh, let me rewind
I
this.
won't say it right now, but the thing I said that he admits to at the end of this is a first law of thermodynamics violation.
Really?
Yeah, because of what he agrees to concerning ether.
Ah, okay. Well, thanks for the anticipation. Are you trying to cover
I'll
up?
give you more if you want.
Are you trying to you trying to cover up what's happening next?
No, I'm just saying if you don't want me talking about stuff that's coming up, so I don't.
All right, let's hear what you say. Yeah, because you were just about ready to talk. I think you're anticipating that something may be questionable that you said next. So everyone listen extra. So everyone listen extra. So everyone listen extra closely. Shut up. Hey, Johnny Cochran, you better get a hold of your client. There we go.
He gone.
Did Johnny leave?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. All right, let's hear it.
That energy, right? Because we see it come here. And where does it come from if we can't create it? It has to be transferred from somewhere. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I understand your logic behind it.
Ah, you understand that shit? That is some dumb shit. So you understand it. Can you explain it to us?
Yeah, he's contradicting himself as he's talking about energy coming here while also referencing the first law of thermodynamics.
Then why didn't you tell him that then instead of agreeing with him?
You'll find out in a second.
All right.
I understand your thinking on it, but your thinking is more, correct me if I'm wrong, but your thinking is more that it's being created as opposed to it's part of a cycle. If you know what I mean. Like, I would view it more as everything else in the world we have, all these natural things seem to be cycles.
Another incoherent tangent. You're not dealing with what he said.
No, I'm not.
Super incoherent tangent.
Sasha sent, "Dear God, why did you put gaps between particles?"
Yeah, thanks, Sasha.
No, you're not understanding what I'm talking about.
Oh, you definitely, I don't have a clue.
Yeah, I'm pointing out that energy is not something that's put in here. Like,
yeah,
it's
it is
something that. Yeah, but it's not like daily.
Huh?
Not like God puts in the energy today that we need for today.
No, I told you he's already put it in at the creation.
Yeah, but it's not been put in here on the daily. It's now working. The first law of thermodynamics. It can't be created or destroyed by nature. That means the only way you can view it is a cycle where it changes form, but it's not new energy from the.
No, that cycle doesn't mean that shit.
Yes, it does. Everything's cycle.
Only in your mind.
I'm not saying everything because I can't say everything, but I can't think of anything offhand that isn't part of some kind of a cycle. So I would view that the creation of electricity and magnetism is part of a cycle. Now,
the creation of magnetism and electricity? What? Huh? Super cycle.
Claude McClendon sent, "According to Witsit, ether is the immaterial realm."
Yes. So why is he talking about it out here being a medium, a non-medium, affecting mediums, affecting other things when it's immaterial, physically affecting other things when it's immaterial? Nonsensical.
I mean, I can speculate on it that it could be I could speculate, just pure speculation, that it involves the sun, the moon, the stars.
What involves the sun and moon and stars?
Magnetism, the creation of magnetism and electricity.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with energy already being here from the beginning?
Are you talking about
Nothing. That was what's it?
Well, it's
Oh my
part
God.
of the cycle I was talking about.
Oh boy.
It involves those that the cycle involves those, and so it might be a cycle that's not something that we can see happening.
What are you saying? Are you saying that because the moon is there, then I have a refrigerator magnet?
No. What I'm saying is that magnetism, electricity. What I'm trying to point out is that I can only speculate on how that works.
Did he
and
ask
how
you?
it might involve. No, but this is a conversation. It's not a debate. You see.
I'm not. I didn't
This is what
call
I
it a
think.
debate. This is red herring fallacy to what he said.
What did he say?
Yeah, he said that energy. Yeah, he said that energy just comes
You're
here.
defending him now. Sorry.
Don't ask me a question and then start talking. What did he say? Well, he said we see energy come here. That's what he
And
said.
I said,
You said cycles.
yeah.
Yeah. Connection, please.
Yeah, I said I can see his logic, but
That's not logic.
it's his logic.
Oh my God. This is like talking to my sister's kids.
We
They must
don't
be
have
smart
the
then.
knowledge of what the sun,
No, they're potato eaters though.
moon and stars are. But I would view it more, if I was asked about it, I'd have to say, for me, it would be more likely to be a cycle. But you're talking about the creation of the energy.
Oh, now we're back on topic.
Input of it. It's being input into our system. Is that what you mean? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure, input, not necessarily creation.
That's where the energy came from. Oh my
First
God.
law of thermodynamics.
He's a moron. He's just already contradicted. It's not only what he said is just wrong, he's contradicted his other point where he agreed with it. He's all over the place. You can't have a discussion with him. You need to be straitjacketed. You need to be horse and elephant tranquilized without cessation with an armed guard until we can give an emergency frontal lobotomy. That's the only thing that'll fix this.
Right. So if ether is pure potential, which he has said in the past, it's not yet manifest, but can be manifested by some instantiation in the material world, then that would cause an additional input of energy into the material universe. And so Brian actually asking that question is quite appropriate.
I know it is.
Because that would be a violation of those laws.
Of the first law of thermodynamics, yes.
Yep.
Yep. Damn, it looks like you got another friggin' lawyer. Do you want him representing you?
Better call Saul.
Super lawyer.
Claude McClendon sent thoughts are immaterial but have physical effects.
Like what?
Grouping stuff.
Say again?
Somebody say grouping stuff.
I didn't hear.
Grabbing something.
I want to see that. Say that again, Flatsy. Say it one more time.
Thoughts are immaterial but have physical effects.
Thoughts themselves have physical effects. You want to say that one more time, real slow. Not you, Flatsy. To the super chatter, real slow. It's nonsense.
Well, he hired me as his lawyer.
Who?
So the thoughts instantiate.
No.
There you go.
No. Brian's lawyer. Brian didn't send that super chat.
Yeah, well, Lud, I can have a conflict of interest with my clients if I keep the books quiet.
Well, you're going to try to explain how thoughts can have physical impact or physical results? Directly.
Yeah, that's all. Well, yeah, directly is a different story. Yeah,
that's what I see. That's the problem. If you're really vague. Now, if I have a thought of a house and I build a house, then you say, well, there you go, QE. No. What you're saying in this context, that thoughts can have a physical effect on something directly. So that's
Correct.
nonsense.
You need to use your hand as a conveyance of thought into action.
Exactly. Yep.
I agree that it's a cycle. But
you agree that what's a cycle? What's it?
But we have observations that show us that energy doesn't just come from nowhere.
Energy doesn't. You have observations of nothing, or of energy coming from nowhere. That doesn't. You need to be institutionalized. That's one of the dumbest things I ever heard. Do you hear that? You want me to rewind it? Listen to this.
But we have observations that show us that energy doesn't just come from nowhere. But then we
yeah. You want me to play it again? That's some dumb shit right there. I'll do it again.
But we have observations that show us that energy doesn't just come from nowhere.
So energy comes from somewhere. Where's that somewhere?
But this is more of the, like, nobody said it came from nowhere.
I know that.
Which observation shows that? He said we have observation showing
Sorry, guys, I'm
that it doesn't come from nowhere.
Yeah, but he said observation. What kind of what he observed?
It's stupid. Don't go that far down there. It's too stupid.
And I have to say something. He said that it's logical, like a container. That's argument about ether.
Yeah, that's not logical.
But it is not logical like a container. For the gas pressure need container, that's demonstrable. It's not logical.
No, that's we already went over that. Thanks.
Yeah, okay.
Appreciate it.
Then we devolve into the semantical argument where
there isn't an argument that's not semantical. You frigging glue sniffer. So, ladies and gentlemen, idiot ping pong golf ball just threw the Socratic method right under the bus. That's what he just did by his last statement, by this statement, which is incredibly stupid.
That show us that energy doesn't just come from nowhere. But then we devolve into the semantical argument where how do we prove that? And the best
we devolve into a semantical argument about how we prove that.
What the heck?
Yeah, I'm telling you. It's this is beyond my scope, ladies and gentlemen. This is even the clinical people are scratching their heads. That's some dumb shit. That made utter nonsense. It's stupid. Listen to it.
come from nowhere. But then we devolve into the semantical argument where how do we prove that? And the best we can do is create a vacuum chamber. And
what? Each statement in a progression is dumber than the previous one, with no apparent connection. Did anyone get anything from that? Please, maybe it's me. Let me go back. I'm going to pull a full J.
But we have observations that show us that energy doesn't just come from nowhere. But then we devolve into the semantical argument where how do we prove that? And the best we can do is create a vacuum chamber, and we say nature of.
So is the semantical argument that we devolved into, how do we prove that? Is that semantical? Ladies and gentlemen, he is just using words that he's seen somewhere or heard somebody say and arbitrarily stuffing them into random spots in his discussions. He's a lunatic. None of that made any sense. Unless somebody can make sense, unless I'm missing it, can somebody make sense out of what he just said? Let me play it again.
Quantum Eraser, can I ask?
We can't hear you.
So can I ask? I haven't seen the start of it. What is he?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I cannot. It's so low, I cannot make out anything that you're saying.
Do you want to just right click on my name and turn my volume up?
Just go on mute.
Wait. Super chat.
Super moot.
Lieu.
He said it twice. I don't know if you heard him because I had to run to the hallway to get him. But we had Tony Whitcomb. He sent, does Witzik get his script from White Noise?
From White Noise, yes. I got that one, Tony. It would appear so.
And then Claude McClendon, he sent placebo, nocebo, thoughts having physical effects.
Placebo, no, yeah, but that's not direct effects. First, show a thought. I want the chemical structure of a thought, or millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules, and I want you to bottle that thought. I want you to put that thought in a damn jar and paint it red. Then, I want you to have what's in that jar directly affect something physical. Sir? All right, we're going to play it
And then
again.
After that, somebody hand me a number 5 too.
You need a number 5 out of there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'll take 2.
2 5s. Can you pour it in my hand for a dime?
We have observations that show us that energy doesn't just come from nowhere. But then we devolve into the semantical argument where how do we prove that? And the
How do we prove that as a semantical argument?
best we can do is create a vacuum chamber. And
Why would you create a vacuum chamber? Weren't we just talking about nature? So that whole thought that I just played 3 times is utter nonsense. It makes no sense whatsoever.
we say nature abhors a vacuum, so we just ignore it.
And we say nature, so we create a vacuum chamber, and we say nature abhors a vacuum. So we just ignore it. What? Any up the floor's open. What? Huh?
160 IQ.
Oh my God. That must be it.
Yep, we just don't get it.
Yep. Any comment for everyone's really quiet.
Well, I mean, what do you expect us to say to that?
Let me ask you something. Are you scared? You better be. This is scary. Hey, ping pong golf ball. Where's your helmet?
So can you hear me reasonably now?
A little better. Hold on a second. Let me go find you. Okay, who's speaking?
Yeah,
Off the Richter.
Let me turn you up. Hold on a second. Okay, try it now.
1, 2, 3.
It's
Mic check.
it's
1,
still
2.
low. Let me crank you the whole way. Go ahead.
200.
Yep.
Okay, how's that? Beautiful.
Go ahead though.
So I only just got here. What's the start of it? What exactly is he talking about?
Oh, we can't start over.
No, could you just quickly, like, really briefly explain?
No,
'Cause
I can. Okay, I could quickly, briefly, and say, explain. See this idiot right here, ping pong golf ball right here. See this guy? He has yet to say make one coherent sentence and one coherent point. It's all meaningless, directionless drivel that he's just making up.
Okay, now I'm more confused.
Yeah, so are we.
He's a flat earther, right?
That's questionable.
And you're a flat earther, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so it's exiting to geocentric. Is that right?
We're exiting towards geocentric. I don't know what that means.
Witsit is giving up on flat Earth, and he's now moving his claims to a geocentric model. Is that right?
I can't say that. All I know what he claims he is a true. Let me say it right.
Yeah, true earther. Yeah.
Yes, correct. So I don't know what he's doing. whether he's giving up or he's given up coherency. I know that. But I can't make any claims on what he is or what he does. I don't even want to think about it. How about that? We good?
Yes. Yeah, so I just wanted to understand what it. So he's going against the flat Earth claim that you can't have a vacuum next to gas pressure.
He's not directly doing that now. He may have in the past, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did it. So,
and you disagree with that? You say that's correct. You cannot have, the Earth's atmosphere breaks the laws of.
Yeah, we're getting
physics.
off topic, but let me just state this.
I was just trying to catch up. You can just say, "Shut up, we're moving on." Anytime.
Yeah,
you like.
we got to move on. So, but you can catch up with this video. Just start it over in the beginning. Now, if you want to ask questions after we're done reviewing this video, I don't have a problem with that, but it can't come right now. Got it?
No problem.
Okay.
Not a problem at all.
Yep. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Here we go.
And we can just ignore it, but
we can just ignore what? The vacuum chamber you just created and nature abhors a vacuum? Idiot.
Like even in a vacuum chamber, we say electromagnetic fluctuations.
Uh-oh, we're going to get the meat hooks. So, we got electromagnetic fluctuations in a synthetic chamber. What does that mean?
Pop into existence.
No, they don't pop into existence. That would be a first law of thermodynamics violation. You idiot clown, you. My God.
And so that's why I think the best way to go about it is.
That's why you think the best way to go about what? What the hell are you even talking about?
Is, well, what exists outside the material world?
Oh my God. No, what exists outside the material world? That had no connection with your fuckwit vacuum chamber, number one. And we already went down here about 5 minutes ago when you proved with logic it was a creator. You crazy dumb fuck. What the fuck? Brian, what the fuck?
Can you hear Booger?
I can't hear him.
He said super chat, but he keeps wanting to meet me in the hallway instead of in here. Anyways, he said it.
Yeah, I can understand about meeting in the hallway. I'd get as far away from this video as possible. And put on protect. Do you have PPE gear? Protective clothing. I'd run away from this. I'm telling you, I'd get far fucking away from this as possible. Go ahead.
Claude McClendon, he sent, non sequitur, thoughts are immaterial, still have direct effects, proven scientifically.
Oh my God. I thought there wasn't anything dumber that we were going over here today. Whatever. Thanks for the super chat, though. I can't deal with this video. How long have we been going? Almost 2 hours. I'm not going to be able to make it that much longer. I can't deal with this. I don't think a professional could deal with this. A mental health professional. They'd be on their knees screaming for him to relent. That's how dumb this is. My God.
Either something or nothing. Right?
Yeah, nothing. That something or nothing, you fucking retard. That nothing is in between your ears, save for the caper-sized piece of horseshit.
Right? Like that's a true dichotomy.
Oh my God.
That's not a false dichotomy. It's
your existence is a false dichotomy. What the fuck is he on about now? Adderall wouldn't help this. Nuclear Adderall couldn't help this shit.
Something or nothing. And like you could say, well, what is thing? And thing is defined as material.
What is thing? What?
What is exist? Because if you
What?
define all the words,
What is thing and what is exists? Ladies and
Huey,
gentlemen.
I would like to point out, I just spent the last 10 minutes being swore at by my wife, and I come back in here and I would rather go get swore at again than listen to this guy.
This is so painful for me to go through. I can't, I don't know what to do with this. What do you want me to do? I just want to hit something. I got to take a friggin' break, people. I'm taking a break. Fuck you.
All right, before you go, just remember, nothing is not the same as no thing.
Yep. Yep.
I'm just trying to employ the drywall guys in your area.
Oh boy.
On all them holes you're gonna punch in the wall.
I don't know what you tell me. What can you do with this? Of what you heard so far here today, what would you do with this? He's bad. He's insane.
Oh, I got a point here. This is a good point, guys. We've been dealing with Ethereanism in subtext and in front text for a while. Back even in the ages of Deislow, who was basically just reading straight out of a book every time he answered a question. And through all of that, even the books and everything, guys like that promoted Witsit to come and defend them on their points about ether. And I have yet to hear a coherent argument that carries a conclusion, even remotely, about this subject whatsoever.
Yeah, not a single one. This whole thing is batshit insane. And that's who said that Deislow idiot. I was trying to remember who that. Yeah, he said that nothing doesn't mean no thing. Yep. Shout out to Deislow. What an absolute crackhead.
Shout out retracted.
Definitely. So I'm taking a break in place, man. I gotta. This is too stupid for me to continuously have to put up with it.
I don't blame you. I don't know. It's like almost like a venom. You know, if you accept it, it just must rot your brain or something. You know.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh man. We were just talking about this. I can't remember if it was a Nathan show or just in hanging out afterwards. We were talking about people's worldviews that require contradictions to function. Like they can't exist without inherent contradictions, yet they still accept their own views. And there's two interesting names to that. One is called glut theory, which is GLUT, and the other one is called dialetheism, which are basically both the same thing, that contradictions can't exist simultaneously. Like there's nothing wrong with the contradiction existing, basically. So in other words, if you hold that view and you have that view within your worldview, then to make a statement like something and nothing can't, be interchangeable would be pointless, because your worldview allows contradictions. Ergo, I can't believe I'm having to use contradictions to make my points. That should give you pause where you say, wait a minute. My worldview requires contradictions, and on self-assessment, I'm amazed at myself for allowing contradictions and having to use them to defend my worldview. Maybe, just throwing it out there, guys, maybe your worldview is not correct.
that is a logical conclusion you could draw, but what's the framework that we're
Balsa wood, bro. That's the framework.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take away from your point. That is a good point. I don't know how you can justify having a contradiction. I don't get it.
The whole you can't have no thing is retarded.
I got a trick question for you, Neil. If you remove all of creation, what's left?
I always wondered about that. Blackness, I guess.
The creator.
God.
Oh yeah, God, yes. Okay. So they
What do you
can't have
mean
no
remove
thing.
creation? I'm right here.
Yeah, the creator always is correct. I think you're talking about substance on Earth.
That's a fair point, and you're correct that that's not entirely irrational answer, right? But if you imagine it as blackness, then that would be emptiness, right? And emptiness is a quality of space, right? So
Yeah,
you
but
would be
there was
saying
still
that.
God, though.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
True,
but there's
but you would
still God.
also be saying, yeah, sure, I agree with you, that there would be God regardless. So we have God, but now we have emptiness as well, which is a quality of space with nothing in it. And so, in order for that to be true, that the space with nothing in it would exist without creation being present, then that would mean that that emptiness is actually eternal and therefore co eternal with the Creator. And therefore, he requires it as a canvas to paint on rather than him being self existential or ascetic, which means he requires nothing. So, when they make these claims, they are claiming divine knowledge about how God is manifesting his creation. And I just don't think that they're privy to that knowledge, and I don't think God whispered in their ear that secret.
So what does Woodsit say when you lay this out for him? Because I know that you have to have had done it, speaking with him.
Well, to be fair, the majority of the confrontations that I've had with him on this topic are usually sidelined, or they happened so long ago when it was kind of like just in the functional stages of him going down this road. And there were different contentions in those times, like, for example, religious contentions. Like you may or may not know that on 24/7 we had a huge blowout over the religious issues that were going on with some of the members. You know, basically there was like an entire faction of people who were anti-Trinitarian to a visceral level. And what I mean by that is they would post all kinds of memes and stuff that were just horrific, and basically saying like, if you know, just crazy stuff. You know how it is with certain religious factions fighting.
Right.
And
See,
they
that's
actually
one
told
thing I don't.
they told. Oh, go ahead, finish. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was going to say when it gets to that, that's the one thing I don't understand. They come in here too, like the ones that are the Hebrew roots are going back to the law or don't believe this is God. They keep coming in chat and posting nonsense. I don't go in anybody's chat saying Jesus is Lord. It's only after I hear these things coming in, then I have to take a stand. So, like, I don't get it.
Yeah, that was kind of the context that happened in that back in the day, and just like the Ethereans chose Witsit to be their champion, those guys tried to get Witsit to be their champion, and they ended up having to be completely purged from the server.
May I ask?
Memor, well, just let me finish. Memor was the one who did it. He came in and he purged them all. All right, go ahead.
Someone was trying to say something?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, given what you said about the ideas of having a contradiction, and do you think that Whitsitt realizes these things, or is he just ignorant of it?
Well, we've had it. Okay, there's a lot of rhetorical phraseology that you hear from ether proponents, right? You hear them; they're like on repeat, like on a record, right, in a circle. Something you can't have something, with nothing. So if there's nothing, are you saying nothing is actually real? Of course, nothing's not real. Therefore, there must be something. You've heard that a million times. You've also heard, I can wave my hand, but I can't hand you a wave. Like you hear all of these rhetorical devices, right? That in a certain way of presentation, they actually have rhetorically persuasive force. Because if you tell someone who's not really being critical at the moment, because they're either influenced by your charisma, they're influenced by your status, or they're influenced because you have an esoteric truth that you want to tell them, all these types of things that make people less than scrutinous that they should be, right? And so if you tell someone, hey guys, when I wave my hand, the waving is a motion. The wave isn't a thing, my hand is the thing. And they would scratch their head and be like, you know what, that kind of makes sense. But in that making sense, they then on the side of that say, oh, well, light's a wave too, and it behaves this way, and something and nothing, yada, yada, yada. And then they create this whole conversation out of rhetorical force. And the purpose of rhetorical force is to persuade someone to your position. And so they are persuaded. Yet you actually haven't proved any of your points.
Right. So you think Whitsitt's been persuaded? Is that what you're saying, or are you saying Whitsitt
My opinion of Whitsitt is that he wants divine knowledge. He wants the secret of how it all works, from God to the thing down, and he has an unhealthy lust for that knowledge, and it's clouded his judgment to the truth of certain things in the spiritual realm, the physical realm, and with Christianity, which he has publicly spoken out about on numerous occasions.
Well, there was another. I don't know I can't even call it a person, but there was someone else that wanted the divine knowledge and wanted to be like God.
Oh, brother. All right. Well, he's batshit insane. He needs to be institutionalized. He's a fucking retard. He's a retard. I can wave my hand, but I can't hand you a wave is the height of retardation. It's an idiot. At best, it's an idiot equivocation fallacy with wave. Waving your hand, that's not a wave, you dumbass cracker. My God.
At best, it's a rhetorical device.
At best, it needs to be institutionalized. It's fucking dumb shit. It's stupid. How about the stupid stuff we listened to up until this point?
Right. But
I don't disagree, but I do agree that it persuades a lot of people.
Well, yeah, because they've been eating lead paint chips from the 70s for snacks.
We're trying to understand the mind of Whitsitt.
No, that you can't do that. You have to be extremely mentally you're so far beyond F72 retard to even there's nothing. It's nothingness. Does nothing exist? Yeah, in between his ears. This idiot clown. I can't even. Language is incapable of describing the absolute non sequitur, double speaking contradictions. This moron. He's off the wall. He's got ADHD out the ass, right? He can't make a coherent. He can barely make a coherent sentence. I haven't heard one yet. Not one. Have you? Let's continue. I don't know. Haven't you been keeping up on current events?
I'll just say that might be a fun game. Try to find the sentence, like "Where's Waldo?"
Jesus. Here we go. We might as well continue. I did advertise the show as going over this, so I got to friggin' do it. I should have reviewed. If I would have reviewed this, I wouldn't have done it. I mean, thoroughly reviewed it, I wouldn't have done this. Seriously. I got better things to do with my fucking time. But since I started it and I added it, I got to fucking do it. I got to listen to stupid, dumb shit from an abject moron. That's what I got to do. So here we go.
And like you could say, well, what is thing? And thing is defined as
Yeah, what is thing? That's what I would say. I would definitely say that to myself. What is thing?
material. What is exist? Exist.
Yeah, I would say what exists and existed. Yeah, that's what I would say, you fucking clown.
Because if you define all the words within the material world, then
If you define all the words within the material, aren't we in the material world? Where else would we define them at? You fucking moron. What?
then that's just a semantical diversion.
Oh my God.
What? He just keeps repeating the same things over and over again.
As I see it, right? So
as you see it, you need to be institutionalized.
It's like, and what exists outside the material world?
Who cares? Now we're headed back to what exists outside the material world. For the fourth time. God, that you even did it. You stole, plagiarized my argument, the disjunctive syllogism, right? We've already been down this road. Okay? What does this have to do with your idiot Efer? Okay?
Something does, right? I mean, you and I would agree if you believe in the creation.
Something does. Now we're into an agreement ladder on a point he made 15 minutes ago. Made it 3 more times. We're on the 4th time. So Brian, did Brian leave? I think he did.
Creator, he exists outside of this place.
Yes, he does. That's astonishing. Thanks, Captain Obvious. What's next?
He's not limited to matter or time. So
yes, and
like where does he exist within? Like there's
where does he exist within? What? Anyone got anything for that one? Where does God exist within?
Exactly, Neil. You see?
Anyone?
Within what?
The empty space, bro. What else?
There's a realm outside of here.
There's a realm outside there. Okay. And
I think that's a fundamental. I didn't think this would be any type of disagreement because of that.
Any type of disagreement? You didn't think what would be any type of disagreement? What the hell are you even talking about?
I thought I'd bridge the gap where it's like, well, beyond that.
There is no gap to bridge. There's no other side. There's just a dumbass moron side that you're on. That's it.
That you need to really point out that you're speculating and it's just your opinion and you can't.
That had nothing to do with the thing he said before. It's sporadic, incoherent, directionless drivel.
I cannot verify the intricacies. I cannot prove to you that the ether is unmanifest pure potential.
Unmanifest pure potential. What's ether? Is that what it is? Unmanifest pure potential. Ladies and gentlemen.
That's not English.
Potential arrest state of, you know, blah, 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 blah.
Of a blah, 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 blah. Is that the white paper technical language, Mr. Blah, 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 blah? You need to be institutionalized.
I can't. That's a logical thing. That's like a.
That's not a logical thing. That is a mental health facility thing that you need to be tied to. What?
You know what's even scarier than this? There's people out there that watched this and thought Whitsitt did well.
Yes, yes, exactly. See, he uses those buzzwords and it gets his little following. Unmanifest pure potential.
It's disconnected, incoherent, directionless drivel. There's no connection to anything before or after it. And inherently itself is moronic. I'm going to need therapy after this. Just after this session, I've got nearly 2.5 more hours of this shit.
Philosophy, so.
You don't know what philosophy is either, you fucking idiot.
I don't know if that makes sense.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. None. Zero. Directionless, inane drivel.
I wouldn't mind if you want to go to the reason this is turning.
If you want to go to, I wouldn't mind if you want to go to the sentence fragment much.
This whole thing is because.
What whole thing?
Because I don't care what people think. I don't care.
Well, that's obvious that you don't care what people think. You're so fucking delusional. You come out here speaking to the public like this. Yet obviously you don't care. Because you're fucking insane. My God.
If you want to deny the ether.
What's ether? To deny something, you have to provide some modicum of proof. Right? I don't deny invisible three-toed gnomes. I don't deny them. Why? Because they haven't had a modicum of proof along with them. You follow that, glue sniffer. What's ether?
I don't care if
Super glue sniffer.
Price of Adam sent 2.5. Let's do 6.
Oh no.
Yeah, it seems like chat's going crazy. I don't even know how to address
Really?
that. Yeah.
What's going on out there? Don't we have some moderators out there?
Yes, I'm not touching it.
Okay. As long as there's moderators out there, then let her budge. I can't deal with the chat and this idiot at the same. I can't do it. I'm not doing it.
I understand. Oh, please. Yeah, let's not try to divide that.
Are there people
Someone wants to leave
trying to rewrite history?
Whoever's talking, your mic is a train wreck. Okay.
Can I say something?
Oh, Brian's back. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, sorry, I had to drop for a small one.
Yep.
This is what
Lucky
happens when
you.
don't interrupt.
Lucky you.
I'm back to hear more of this, is it? This is what happens when you don't interrupt.
Say again?
I said, this is what happens when you don't interrupt them.
Oh, goodness gracious. I'm telling you. I wish you would have interrupted him, man. I hope you come in here quick. Even if you say something stupid.
I don't care if you want to deny the ether.
Super denying of ether.
Him's sake sending you a wave. Checkmate ping pong golf ball.
Oh my God. Did I tell everyone that his new name is Ping Pong Golf Ball? Just to let everyone know. I keep saying it. Everyone will adopt it. Ping. Second.
Why is that? Why do you call him Ping Pong Golf Ball? I missed the last episode.
Well, that's what he said on Tim Pool's show. He said, there's a short that Tim Pool pulled out of the idiot video that was on. And it just a sentence fragment from Idiot Boy here. He said, Ping Pong Golf Ball. So from now on, it's sanctified. He is to be known as Ping Pong Golf Ball. That's who he is. By the power vested in me, he's Ping Pong Golf Ball.
I don't care if someone wants to leave the ether. I don't
leave the ether. You'd have to be in the ether to leave it. What's ether?
care. But when we started kind of pretending we were going to be thought police.
But when we started kind of pretending to be thought police.
Here we go. You'll see.
What? What the hell does that mean? We started, who's we? Thought police. What the hell are you on about now? I'm scared to push play. I'm literally, I'm questioning why I continue to hit play. I have never heard somebody as insane as you. And I've heard some pretty dumb shit through the years. You wouldn't believe it. But I'd have to say you're Top Gun. Unbelievable.
And flat earthers aren't allowed to talk about it in their embarrassment.
Flat earthers aren't allowed to talk about what?
That's directed right towards us.
Why?
He seems to think that we say they can't talk about it.
That sounds really good. That sounds really good. Why don't you put your face in a pillow and then talk?
It didn't come in clear?
No. It didn't come in clear? That's why I said, why don't you put your face in a pillow and talk? Do you want to try again?
Is this any better?
That's better. Go ahead.
Okay. It's directed towards us because he says that we tell him they can't talk about ether, but that's not what we're saying. We're asking him what ether is.
So it's this, there's another phantom, FED phantom that he's created in that caper between his ears, that caper-sized piece of horse shit in there.
That's correct.
All right. So where's his proof of that? I've never said anything like that. I never even thought it. Okay.
Well, then I had to kind of load the clip because it.
You loaded a clip with what? Tissue paper. What clip? What? Shut up. Shut up. What clip did you load? The tissue paper clip. What the hell clip did you load? What? Your slobber nurses helped you? The only clip that you could have possibly loaded in your entire fuckwit life is a staple gun clip. But you needed assistance with that. You imbecile.
The truth is, they're making claims.
Who's making claims? Who's there?
That are actually pseudoscience.
Who? Oh my God. I got to take a break.
Again?
Yep.
This shit is poisonous, I believe. It's so unhealthy for you to take in all at once. I've been almost getting sick, but yeah.
Now, what's happening is Brian's sitting across from him, so he's representing flat earth debate. So when he's saying they, he's saying we.
I mean, that might be true, you know, but maybe he's conflating Nathan destroying his attempt at a logical argument as us telling people you can't talk about it.
Well, I want to see this clip he loaded. I mean, when you load a clip, you better be firing some proofs when you come out. You're going to come out shooting. You better come out shooting with some ether proofsies.
I do think Nathan once in an argument with him told him something along the lines of, "You don't speak for me. Don't go out telling other people that this is what flat earthers believe when you spout an ether." I think that's a pretty good paraphrase. So
he said that a few times.
He's not saying don't talk about ether. He's saying don't talk about ether, saying you're speaking for me.
Yeah, Nathan's told him that many a times. But it's how you said it, not how he's imagining it.
Sounds like he's conflating the two in his mind and saying because Nathan's telling him to shut up about associating the claim of ether with flat earth, that flat earthers can't talk about ether.
Well, don't we tell everybody to shut up if they can't validate something that they're claiming? Hello?
All right, here we go.
So the primary critique on me is that this is
the primary critique on you is that you're an abject, double-speaking, lying sorat, moron of epic proportions. That's the charge against you.
Pseudoscience. Well, it's not.
No, we never claimed that you claimed that ether was not science for the 85th time in the past month. You clown. This is another FED phantom that he's made up right inside that caper-sized piece of horse shit he's got between his ears. I've labeled it FED phantom that he's conjured.
Not, though, because I'm saying this isn't science.
We know! What is it?
As in natural science, it's not science, right? So I'm saying this isn't science. It's not science.
Oh, my God. I need to take another break. We'll take another break.
As I remember it, though, he used several words that were specific to the scientific method, and that's what we called him on. And now he's trying to say that he did. Never made a claim.
He was out of context. It was out of context. You guys were let him out of context. It was a complete clusterfuck, was what happened. We've already reviewed it. I'm not going back over it. He contradicted himself so many times. Let's try it again.
Scientifically provable.
Shut up.
Pseudoscience means something's pretending to be science.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
So automatically, I'm excluded from that.
You're not excluded from that. What is ether, idiot? That's our problem with you. Besides the mental health issues.
I'm saying it's not science.
I'll tell you what. Say that one more fucking time. I'm coming through the computer.
Now, when you claim photons and electrons...
What do photons and electrons have to do with your ether?
Electrons are science.
They are not science. We never made the claim that photons and electrons' existence are science because existence questions are not scientific. Okay?
That is ironically by definition.
It's ironically by definition you're a fucking moron. It's another FED phantom that you've created because you're an asshat that doesn't know what science is after you sat beside me for 2.5 years explaining this step by step over and over and over again to each idiot baltard that came into 24/7. You still have no clue what fucking natural science is. None. You're an idiot.
Definition, pseudoscience, because it's pretending to be science.
Is that correct?
He's insane.
Now you see, I had to elucidate that hypocrisy.
There is no hypocrisy. You made it up in your own dumb fuck mind. No one ever claimed that. It's the pinnacle of fuckwit strawman fallacies. You're delusional. Yeah, we see you.
Because people were kind of police, being thought police. So you see the.
Now we're on people being thought police. These nameless, faceless millions. Idiot, clown, dumb fuck you.
Problem, and this is what it all comes down to.
It all comes down to you needing to be institutionalized. What it exactly actually comes down to.
The whole argument is there can't be an ether.
There is no whole argument. The whole argument is there can't be an ether. The argument is to you, what is ether? That's always been our request.
Light is light's
That's
not like a
what it all
wave.
comes down to.
Say
I said,
again.
that's what it all comes down. I said that's what it all comes down to. What you just said.
Yeah.
All comes down to the whole argument is there can't be an ether. Light's not like a wave because it's a particle.
Light's not like a wave, it's a particle. Huh?
All right, Booger screamed super chat. Sorry.
Oh,
if I hurt
yeah,
anybody
go ahead.
too.
Go ahead.
He hurt my ears. Anyways, Pablo, do ping pong golf balls travel?
Nicely done.
Cool. It's a physical chunk. Now that's a claim.
Yeah, light's quanta. Quantized energy, you idiot, clown, dumbass.
Now we've ventured over into making claims, and that's okay. I love when
we've ventured over into making claims. What does light and it thereby its definition of whatever it is have to do with your ether?
He's saying that we're making claims. Light is demonstrated to be a particle. It's not a friggin' claim. Oh my God.
Yeah, correct.
I let that slip in the first episode, and he's fucking hung on to it since.
Yeah.
And that's my fault.
No, it's my fault for not pointing it out also, John. Thanks.
when people make claims. I think that's how intellectualism works, but
not a claim, you idiot.
Don't pretend it's science.
No one's pretending that it is science.
And then tell other people they can't disagree because then
they can't disagree. Who said they can't disagree with something objective, you fucking idiot clown?
That's right, Eric.
Oh my God. I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. Can't.
You can plow through.
I think you might need to take a break for like a week or two or something. So let's do some tea jumping.
No, God, no.
I think this is an excellent opportunity to say subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 and Nathan Oakley respectively.
It is. Can you fill some of? Could you do something here, co-host?
I could. I mean, I've got to be honest. I much prefer the shows where I'm in them.
Oh,
This
you
was-
are. You were mentioned, sort of.
Yeah,
So
but
we can
it
get
was
your
very,
answer now that you're here.
it was very Brian heavy. I'll be honest.
Well, you're the thought police he's talking about, Nathan.
Yeah, we were just asked. We want to ask you from your recollection. Did you ever tell Whitsitt he wasn't allowed to talk about ether, or did you tell him don't talk about ether, trying to pin it like you're representing me? Which one, or the third
Probably,
option?
but probably both. I'll be honest. Probably both. I can't remember either. My objection is the latter, which is to say, my general attitude is talk about whatever the hell you like. I'm not on ghost believers' backs, am I? But if the ghost believers were saying, hey, I'm a flat earther, and then they go on some podcast because they're a flat earther, and then they start talking about the ghosties, I'd be pretty pissed for the same reasons.
Well, I'd be okay with the ghosties and flat earthers. It's just when they start saying that somehow the ghosties prove flat earth, that's really when we're getting mad, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You know, every opportunity to take the conversation onto ghosts and the supernatural that is ghosts because you're there as a flat earther. Now, that's what Whitsitt's doing, and that's my objection to Whitsitt in general. But more power to him. If he was doing a great job, he'd get cheers from us. And I think, although it's not necessarily what Neil says, but it's his sentiment. He wants to be cheering for Whitsitt. When he says, I like the kid and all this sort of crap, it's because he wants to be cheering for him. He wants to watch him do a good job. And when he doesn't, everyone gets annoyed. And not doing a good job seems to be as a direct consequence of him having the inability to voice certain arguments or keep on certain tracks because he's looking for that segue. He's looking for that, well, spin is the best argument. Well, no, you're just going to use that to segue onto ether. So that's what you're going to do. And you've got your biases and they don't really help a flat earther. But there we go.
What have you made of this, of what we've gone over so far? What's your conclusion?
Very Brian heavy.
No, not really. Brian wasn't actually speaking that much.
It's the same conclusion that you can make with any video about Whitsitt. It's a double-speaking pretender clown.
Has Brian got out more than one sentence at a time this whole time? I didn't even remember.
If you don't think this is batshit insanity, he's delusional. He's an incoherent, delusional nutbag. He's a dumb fuck.
I think you'll find.
Can I make a Christmas appeal?
1 second, Nathan. I think you'll find that I've been interrupting all along. Thank you.
Can I make a little Christmas appeal?
Go ahead.
Can we try, between now and Christmas, to cut down our bad language? Not completely, that's unreasonable to ask. I'm going to try and cut it out completely between now and Christmas. But as a support for me, would you join me by trying to cut it down by like 60%? What say you?
I needed...
no, because you... Sorry.
I needed years of therapy after coming out of the military to not use the F word with verbs, helping verbs, adverbs, adjectives, nouns, similes. I needed therapy to get off of it. You people are driving me back to it.
well, that's exactly. I've had it pointed out to me.
Friggin' super chat.
He did not like having to say that twice. Claude McClendon, he sent, Nathan, your behavior in chat was deplorable.
Yes, it was.
I thought Nathan did a great job. It was like 3 against 1.
My language was absolutely horrendous, and somebody called me on it. not in the chat, but someone else. And I'm like, you're right, I've slipped back into my old ways and my terrible language and my terrible disdain. I'm full of hate. And it's just not needed. It's not necessary. So I'm going to make a conscious effort, but at least between now and Christmas, to try and just swear a bit less. That's the start.
Well, it's when you say a certain thing about how your certain body parts taste. You don't need that.
I'm
Yeah,
from New
well,
York.
that's
It all
that's-
sounds normal to me.
Well, that is my old ways, and I don't want to be that person. It's not necessary, and it's done out of hatred, right? Tim Osmond's in the chat. I despise the guy. You know, it's Tim Osmond. Well, now we're in the winning position, and I want to rub it right in his face. So all the bad language and all the gamer metaphors come out. Let's just say, and immediately I'm thinking, this is like back to the pinnacle of scumbaggery. Be careful you don't become the monster that you fight against. So Tim Osmond in the chat brought it out in me, and you think, okay, well, I've been called up on it, and then you self-assess immediately, and go, no, you're right. You know, I did so well when I was more associating with the Christians. Shout out to you, Christians. You know you are. When I was hanging around with them a bit more, my language got better. Whereas I haven't spent much time with them. I dropped in, by the way, I don't know if you know that, on the Christmas Day special, while we were recording, I dropped in on Righteous because he was having a Bible study group and asked him to say some kind words on the Christmas broadcast. I just didn't tell you it was happening while you were all shouting and swearing and stuff.
So you want me to join your crusade?
Only till Christmas. I'm not saying stop swearing. That's a bit much. But if we can cut it down by a third or maybe a half, or ideally 2/3, that'd be just, something.
I don't
to
think
make us a
about
little bit more professional. You'll think about it.
I don't even think about it. It just comes out.
It's good to be conscious of it and capture those thoughts before they come out. That's discipline, right?
No, that's ready, fire, aim.
see,
Okay, do you want to know the reason? Someone was talking to me today about going on. It was Eli about going on Killer Priest and about Witsit going on to bigger platforms with Tim Pool, right? And I was saying, well, I'm going to be wanting to do that in a big way when the book comes out. And obviously, alongside that, I'm going to have to keep up an air of professionalism. And then you think, okay, so for those things to happen, it's got to be normalized, as I was describing it to Eli. And he was like, well, what do you mean, normal? I'm like, well, that's kind of an expectation. When people have got a new movie out, they go out and they plug it. When they've got a new book out, they go out and plug it. When they've got a new TV show, they go out and plug it. Right, so it's just normal to see you in a given space, larger or otherwise, to plug something. But in that normalcy comes a level of language that's sort of TV friendly. And without that, there's a level of professionalism that we essentially don't have on Flat Earth debate. And why am I saying this? Well, because we're hypercritical of Witsit. And people say, oh yeah, well, they've got the PR skills and you've got the knowledge. Well, it actually doesn't take that much effort to get the PR skills. And you've got to brush down your suit and make yourself presentable, brush your teeth, comb your hair, do all the things, make sure you don't smell a BO. And then you're worthy of presenting yourself to somebody. But then if you just start effing and blinding, it was all for nothing, if you know what I mean. So I was just trying to, as a whole, up our game as a whole, professionally. Well, if Witsit's being praised for, oh, well, he's so well presented. Okay, well, that's something he's getting praised for. Well, good for him. But that's not difficult to emulate.
Well, who's got the red hair, though?
I'm not saying we should all dress up like a strawberry. I'm saying we should just modify our language.
I have red hair, Neil.
I agree with that sentiment. I think that it's better for you to come out on the other end spotless and blameless.
That makes so much sense. You're a redhead. The occasional...
I'm not a redhead.
Not you, John. So he's like perfectly normal, perfectly rational, and then suddenly he gets the fiery hell rage, like once in a while. Now that makes sense.
Flatsy,
Yes,
I agree
and
with
I
you,
don't appreciate...
Go on, you don't appreciate what?
What the hell?
Go ahead,
I don't
John.
appreciate you asking me to think before I speak. As Quantum Erasers stated, fire ready or ready, fire aim. That's how I go.
Ready, fire, aim.
Ready,
Is that
fire,
what he
aim.
said?
You need ready, aim, fire. Unless they
No.
do it different in the military.
No, I do ready, fire, aim. That's what I told Flatsy.
It's measure, cut, measure, cut.
Oh, I thought it was measure, 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 cut.
Not
No,
in this
measure,
world.
cut once.
Measure, cut. Buy a new bit of wood, measure, cut.
How do you expect me?
Yeah.
How do you expect me to curb my language with this cuck?
Well, this is training, isn't it? That's the thing. He's not in front of you. So you can pause him at any point. You can take as many breaths as you need.
For the love of FQE.
Nah, I side with QE here. You just hit play and you want to curse.
Yeah, I know you do. It's compelling. You feel compelled to. I agree, Neil. But that doesn't alter that there's certain individuals that can use bad language and have it be more effective when it's used more rarely. Well, that would be us if we didn't use it as often as we did, or as I did, as I've just done in your chat, QE.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that I won't be invited on Lawrence Welk special?
I'm saying that there's a better probability if between now and Christmas, people toddle along to Flat Earth chats, right? And they're looking and they come across us and we happen to be PG. Then I think that would go a long way to building our community, building our channels, making ourselves just that little bit more presentable. I think it would be a good idea. I've done it before. As I say, it was, I don't know, a year or two ago. And people were saying, look, you need to rein this in. It's just too extreme. Now, admittedly, I'm nowhere near as bad as that right at the minute. It's the 2022 Nathan that you all loved. But at the time, it was all about teabagging and how do my nuts taste and swearing and you know, that I don't think is needed. It's been pointed out to me just as I'm starting to go that way again after working so hard not to be. And you think, yeah, it's crept in over the last couple of weeks. I don't know why. I think it's Witsit. I know it's Witsit. I've said this before, and I say this now, and I'll stop babbling, right? The Globe believers, Tim Osmond's probably the only exception to this rule because he's been around since day one, winding me up. He knows how to push my buttons, but I know how to push his. But there's no need to be either of us pushing buttons. It's silly. It's childish, right? But he takes me to that place. I can't help it with Tim. So he's the exception to the rule. But with the exception of Tim, Globers don't do that to me. I don't lose any sleep. Not that I'm losing sleep over Tim Osmond, but they don't cause me any stress. I don't think about them after the show ends, and they don't faze me in any way anymore. Yeah, it just doesn't do that to me. The people who do faze me are the people on their own side. They're the ones that can get my blood boiling. Jaron, Witsit, Dave Weiss. They're the ones, I'm just saying their names, that make my skin and my toes curl and fill me full of rage. Because suddenly they're detrimental and on our side. It drives you nuts. Well, this is why, right? We're talking about Witsit. Witsit's on screen, so you want to swear. I'm agreeing with you. But this is the test, isn't it? You know, if we can temper it, there's a good chance that if we can up our game in professionalism, that will up the amount of people that come, the amount of people that share, and therefore the quality of the message that gets spread. That's what everyone nags about and argues about. Will this better the argument? Well, actually, a huge chunk of what people will accept has nothing to do with the information. It's you that they're buying. Right? They buy you before your information, like they buy you before they buy your product if you're a salesman. Well, this is that scenario, and if it's 90% us that they're buying, and we're leaning on the 10% information, that's why Witsit's beating us. Because he's leaning on the 10%. Just let me finish. He's leaning into the 10% of people like people. And half the time, don't give a toss about the information. It's 10%. We're leaning into the 10% with the really good information, and failing in the 90% of making ourselves good people.
I'm going to ask you, did you see Eli on Killer Priest? Have you even seen that video? I seen a little bit of it today, and Eli held himself very professional. I don't think he swore one time. He laid down the argument beautifully, very understandable. Never once had to say, see how the ball don't work. Good job, Eli.
Kudos, Eli.
Yep. He didn't have a shape-shifting Mr. Magoo ether clown double-speaking lion Suret in his face.
Yeah, that's
That
true.
too.
But Eli mentioned maybe having a, whether it's a QE debate or what he did, maybe we should review a good video where the information is given clearly and concisely when talking to an opponent.
Yes, I think that's an excellent
the
idea.
only reason
No, go ahead, Eli. I was just
the
going to say.
only reason I said that.
Go ahead, Eli.
Go ahead, Eli. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I was only saying it's a good idea because number one, Wizard tried to portray not just Brian, but use Brian as an example to portray us as crazy people who can't, sit on a respectable person's platform, or not even a respectable person who has a large platform and act respectably. And I just felt like that was a missed opportunity to point out that that's exactly how Witsit was acting when Brian was the one with the decorum during their debate. So I thought not only should we shed light on that, but also Witsit saying that he insinuates that, we have to go into these places and as FEDers act like madmen, shout people down. That's not what I did with 6 other people around me. I did exactly what I know Brian can do. Just lay out the argument when it's his time. I asked for 6 minutes. They gave it. I did it. That was it.
Were you on camera?
Yeah.
Were you presentable? I mean, no offense to Brian, but in these, if you look at these 2 pictures on screen, were you more like Witsit or more like Brian?
He is black.
In between. In between.
He was black.
I'm talking about his lighting as opposed to his skin tone.
In between. The lighting was in between.
And you wouldn't believe it, he couldn't find his basketball.
Yeah, that's when I said he's not black.
Look at his rough ass, right? Brian with his punching bag behind him.
No, I was literally looking for a basketball, and then as the black representative couldn't find one, so that was pretty embarrassing.
All right.
Not that we all play basketball.
All right. Thanks for that addition. Thanks.
Yeah, I was just gonna add, I'm black and I do not own a basketball. I have swords though.
If you're gonna pick a black stereotype, pick one that's true, like grape
What
soda.
you do with shorts without a basketball?
I got swords though.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, I'll give it the old college try, Nathan. I'll help become presentable, but I'm
You got
not
Superchat.
super presentable.
Chat.
Super presentable.
Okay.
Thanks.
Super chat.
So there's 3 super chats. Okay.
Good.
Theo Megawordy, AI Megawordy, sent Nathan, well said. Shout out from 24/7 FE Discord. And Claude McClendon said, true wisdom lies in the ability to stay calm and composed when facing contentious disagreements, prioritizing reason over reaction and understanding over emotion.
More shit.
Yeah, right.
And Misfit FB 850 sent, Witsit is the Joel Osteen of Flat Earth.
I've heard Joel Osteen come up with a coherent sentence. I haven't heard one yet. Here today. Thanks for the super chat, guys. All right, let's try to put this into practice. See how I do.
Then it's kind of, you're in sketchy waters. So if you want to go down to that part now, I'll let you kind of guide where we go, but we can go to the atomic theory part. But I mean,
There is no atomic theory. The atomic theory doesn't exist. It's a paradoxical statement. Why are we going to a paradox that you've created, or you're just mindlessly parroting the headline with? Why aren't you talking about your ether? Okay? That's what it says down here. You see this ether debate. Ether. See that? It's just an idiot diversion and deflection away from your failings. How about that? Is that presentable?
Well, QA, apple theory. Haven't you heard of apple theory? Where, you give the theory of apple.
Oh, boy.
Or, the particle theory.
Oh, brother. Okay.
Just bad, isn't it?
I didn't get an answer. Was that presentable?
Much better, QE. Much better.
Beautiful.
It was presentable.
Just need to work on Brian's lighting.
I mean, maybe it's best for the audience to see if you agree. Like, do you agree?
Maybe it's best for the audience to dial that 1-900 mental health number because you need it. Is that presentable?
You're missing my point. Right. Look at you're not getting the 90%, 10% rule that I'm talking about. You're not sort of acknowledging it. So I feel the need to go through it again. No,
please,
I will.
QE, don't let that happen.
No, you don't need to go through it again.
Brian. No, Brian. As you look on screen now, you're watching this stream, right? You can see yourself and you can see Witsit, right? Witsit has got the razzle-dazzle, superficial, nice lighting, posh mic. People love that. And that's what he's leaning into, isn't he?
Yeah, he's leaning into having the whole podcaster thing, yeah?
Yeah, and it's working, isn't it?
Versus Brian looking like an ex CIA operative about to tell all the government's business.
No,
He looks like
just got
Leon.
he just got a present, his sweater present at Christmas, and he decided to wear it.
It's a t-shirt.
My point is, right, the 90-10 rule. If you're a car salesman, it's the 90 and nothing rule, because you've got 90% razzle dazzle and talk, and probably a banger that's leaking oil that you've got to sell with lies. Well, in this instance, right, we're righteous in the fact that we've got our information all straight, our ducks are in a row, which it seemingly not needing them to be in a row to still be successful. Yeah? He just needs the bright lights and the fast talk. He's not leaning on the 90. He's not leaning on the 10%. He's leaning on the 90. Well, what am I saying? I'm saying, well, that's something that we need to polish up. Brian, as we've got him on screen. Sorry, Brian, it's fell on you. You're the example with us not being able to quite see your handsome, chiseled looks, and there's a certain mystique about having a punching bag behind you that creates an impression that Witsit in this literally on screen now isn't creating with his, he looks cool with his hexagons and shit. There's me swearing straight away with his hexagons and stuff. I'm just saying, we've got to assess this stuff, right?
Yeah, we get it. We get it, Nathan. All right, we got it. We got it. We understand what you're saying. We're not morons, okay? But my natural state is not that way. I can't. When somebody's pissing down my back and telling me it's raining, I am going to turn around and rip that pathetic little pecker right off their body. That's just me. I'm not going on Lawrence Welk next week. Okay? It's not going to happen. I can live with that.
How about this as an example for you? I've seen dudes that have got a little animated character. You've got your
avatar
robot. It's a robot. It's a Terminator robot, right?
Yeah.
If that happened to be animated as you were talking, it would be something that is upping your game. That just superficially, it seems so crappy. I know as I'm saying it, it sounds cringe, but it really isn't. Same with Brian, you know, getting a few lights on your face. It's not much, but it just makes all the difference to how we present ourselves. I'm not saying you
Yeah, I
should do this, Brian.
understand
You
that.
rarely reappear on camera. You just happen to be the example on screen.
No, I agree with you. If I could have presented myself in a clearer light and with a better microphone there, I would have at the time. Because presentation is important, right? I had a shower, but no one's going to notice that. And I brushed my teeth, but that's about it. You know.
And
Thanks, John.
And just a suggestion: you have to next time remove the elephant prophylactic behind you.
I couldn't. That was the thing about it. There was a problem with the chain where I had overlapped on this link, and I couldn't take it down. It was stuck up there, and there was nothing I could do. And that was the only room I could go into where there wasn't going to be interruptions. There was nothing I could do. It was either that or out in the car. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Could you change the angle of your camera?
Oh my God! Let's continue.
I get it. I get it. Right. Hold on. Before you go on, Kiwi, we'll round out and get back onto the video. But I'm just saying, given that it's 90% of what people lap up, I know you're like, oh, wow, he's just talking about just turning the camera on. No, that is something we should spend considerably more time on. It seems so crass and so superficial, but that's the world, isn't it? If people want us to get the message out more, we've got the information, we've got it sussed, we've got it pegged. Yeah, we're going to deal with egregious dickheads like there me again with the language. We've got to deal with the egregious, offensive flat earthers.
All right, no, let's deal with it right here, right now, Nathan. Me and you. So I'm going to field some complaints from politics.
Okay.
That there's a lot of people there too scared to join while you're there. So you want to go there to meet the people that are there, but they're too scared to join because some of them thought you were a little too abrasive, whatever, or the format changed. And don't get me wrong, we also lost our liaison that was always, really setting us up on the stages and all of that. Now we could get that back, and we could work together to try to make something that's a little more on the exposition side than the confrontation side. And so I think if the guys here and the guys over there put their heads together, we could definitely come up with something and reinvigorate your presence there. Like you said, like you were saying, last time we were there, it was kind of dry. And some of that is because of those reasons that you're just mentioning. And so I think with a little, a quick think tank, we could figure something out to get something happening over there. Maybe even a holiday special.
Yeah, I'm all for it. And softening my tone and improving everyone's general presentation is going to be my motivation towards Christmas.
And you have to figure out how to get on X before the new year. It's blowing up. That's where everybody's at.
Oh, bro, bro. Glad you said that, Holmes. Thanks for reminding me. So over the weekend, me, Miggy, and a few of the guys in the background had some meetings about we want to start doing circuits or rounds or whatever you want to call them. But basically, like some of the guys who have cross promotional platforms. So, for example, we got a lo-fi guy on TikTok. He's got a podcast there. He's got a whole following in the lo-fi life kind of community, and he brings flat Earth into them. And so we were all thinking, we've all got these little communities that we got. What if we invite some of the, let's just call them personalities for lack of a better term, from that venue that always frequents that venue? Let's invite them over here. Maybe even set it up as an interview. So like Miggy will have Nathan on X Spaces. Hey, yo, Nathan, I known you for years. This is my X Space. Why don't you come on in? Tell us all what you got to say. And I'm just making up on the fly right now, but you get my drift.
Absolutely.
Then maybe also make your way through lo-fi TikTok. We were down there over the weekend on X Spaces. I think he had like a few hundred people over the few times he went. And then lo-fi had like 100 or more people in just his brief going live. And especially if he's got an event style where it's like, hey guys, for my lo-fi community who's here, I got a flat earther that runs this show. Oh, it's got this book coming out and yada yada yada. Bing bang boom, you're there presenting.
So I don't know if this is the right way to put it. Maybe you guys agree, maybe you guys disagree, because I know for whatever reason at points this general topic kind of gets pushed back. I think that we have a huge net. Anybody in the vicinity is getting caught up in it, right? I think we have to be hunters, and I think we have to fish for our food, because we're always talking about normies or regular people, not these numpties that we've been talking to, but regular people. And these other places are where regular people are. They haven't been touched by the what's his name? You know
Yeah,
who I'm
bro, I
talking
hear
about.
you. I
These
want to read a quote.
undesirables.
Okay, just to keep this short. So yes, right. I am all the more willing to do it. I just need quite a bit of hand holding. So if you're like, oh man, if you're just willing to do it, I can show you how it's done. But I'm not technically savvy. I can do things I'm familiar with. If QE's already done them, typically you can tell me. But I'm all for this, just to agree with you. And yeah, being more proactive, working our way into these spaces with the normies and softening everything down a little bit, I think is going to be to our benefit.
And I think Nathan. So the setup that we decided on in that little powwow that we had is like that soft entry. So you Nathan aren't responsible to show up into this venue you've never been in and just create everything from scratch. You're going to essentially be introduced through Miggy, and then Miggy in his show and in the presence of you joining his show can kind of show you the rope, get into some arguments with some people, and then you kind of got a little more of a segue.
Cool. This is going to be awesome. Hopefully all of us together will move forward. And I just want to say it one more time. There's 90% of this is going to be our presentation, and not necessarily our information, which we've already got covered as we go forward, because obviously there's doing once we get there. Yeah. Getting me there is going to be half the problem. But once I'm there, and anybody else who's doing this alongside us, all of us, in other words, we've got to up our game in our professionalism and our presentation. It's just got to be done.
Perfect.
I want to make a suggestion.
I want to ask Nathan a logistical question first. So United States EST time, midnight to 6 a.m. That's when Miggy does his thing on X Spaces. Is that a time that you could be available?
No.
Me? Probably, yeah. Yeah, probably. I don't
Right, so Nathan could maybe because he's in a different time zone.
Super Cadillac. Super Cadillac.
I'll make it work.
Jado sent. I just took Smoko at work. Tuned in. How are you guys still going? You lads and ladies have stamina. And Claude McClendon sent. What show did Eli appear on? Is there a link?
That was a couple years ago on Killer Priest podcast. I don't have the. Did somebody get the link, or do I have to go get it?
I'll get it. Where do you want me to put it?
Put it in YouTube chat.
All right.
The reason we're still going is because there's rumblings, right? There's stuff happening. If you can't sense it as an audience member, stuff's about to happen. Changes are going to start to happen. I can just feel it.
Yeah, because they're tired of Witsit.
Well,
that's a part
I would like to say a suggestion. I'd like to say a suggestion, though. When you go to do that in another server, I ain't saying that you need to have control over, the moderation, but you do need a situation where you don't have to answer the same question 50 times when it's a non sequitur or it's incoherent. It needs to be set up where they ask their question and they're put on mute.
We'll be fine. It's all going to be fine.
Yeah, but you all got to play with the audience you have, because sometimes it's exposition. Sometimes it's going to be Nathan putting forth his argument with exposition. It's not going to necessarily escalate to having to have a question answer back and forth. But if you go into Miggy's space, dude, I mean, you know how Miggy is. It's going to be, hey, you Glober, pipe down. You're on mute. Let Nathan speak. Answer his question. It's not going to be no bitch fest. Oh, dang it. I mean, twerp fest.
All three of those were not swear words.
Button fest.
I was talking about 24/7 the politics server.
All right, fair enough. We continue now, or what?
Yeah. I've said my piece, and everyone's responding the way I hoped. Kiwi, thank you for indulging me in this regard. I'm glad everyone's singing from the hymn sheet I wanted them to.
I'll do my best.
One last word. Shout out to Miggy. Miggy is a great guy,
Shout
and
out.
I am there. Yep,
la,
and I am there. Let me shout out nicely. So I am there on Miggy's spaces for the past few weeks, and Elijah, I have seen you there. Please have a word with Miggy because I think I am in Miggy's good books, and I don't know why you dislike me so much. I have no clue. So please have a word with him.
What the heck? It plays.
What is my channel turned into like a
Don't
social
hate
media hub?
debate.
This is all good.
Get him,
Yeah,
Flat
I'm
Earth.
loving it.
Yes, Chewy.
Quantum, you haven't said a swear in like 10 minutes.
Because I haven't.
It's working already.
Because I haven't pushed play on the video.
Exactly.
You need
Yeah.
to
Can we
call
all
him
think this is it?
before.
I've used Christmas to lean on the Christian aspect. It's the birth of the baby Jesus that's coming up, and we should all think about that when we go to swear.
He wasn't born on the 25th of December.
It's the baby Jesus' birthday, and we should all refrain from swearing.
How about is lying fair game?
Not even in the same season, Nathan.
Things that
Not
make
even
you
in
look
the
good.
same season. Never mind the same week. Jesus. All right.
Like Eli has done on Killer Priest podcast. He's just done a good job of presenting himself as a professional person. That's it. That's half the battle. More than half the battle. That's all I'm saying.
I know this. I understand this. I used to be a professional.
As opposed to now?
You said I retire from being a professional.
Yeah, so I quit being a professional. Now I'm unprofessional, and I like it.
I'm professionally self-unemployed.
I like it too.
Just hurt my back, Huey.
That's what she said.
I understand what you're saying. I'll do my
Did
best.
anyone get the Killer Priest podcast that Eli was on? Because I can post it in the YouTube chat if you.
Yeah, post it everywhere. Post it.
I don't have it. I don't know where it is.
So
Come
why
on,
did you
Eli.
say you could post it?
Eli is
Jeez.
getting it right now.
Detected.
This is very professional, by the way.
I did it. I already did it.
All right. Can you give him a timestamp, Eli? Super timestamp.
2 hours, 11 minutes, 31 seconds, he said.
2 hours, 11 minutes, 31 seconds, people, on the video that was just posted. Go ahead with your super chat.
Jado sent Days of Our Lives.
Yep. As sands through the hourglass, so is the days of our lives, Jado. Thanks for the super chat. We'll get into the alphabet here in a little while. It's going to take like 4 hours.
44 more hours.
Yeah, that's right. All right. So let me practice what Nathan preaches.
That seems to be a decent dichotomy. Now, not a true dichotomy.
Yes, it's a decent dichotomy, but not a true dichotomy. Makes perfect sense.
Come on with a million different things, but do you agree that the only two ones ever really proposed is like
only 2 ones ever proposed? Good English.
All right, start the clock. How long before Brian actually gets to respond to this?
It's already been 2 or 3 minutes where he said, Brian, what do you think? And nothing yet. So only 2 ones have been.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. What? Go ahead.
You're asking me a question.
It's rhetorical.
I'm saying that he keeps putting question proof to you, and his diatribe continues, even though it constantly seems like you're going to get an opportunity to respond to the question you've had put to you, but that opportunity never seems to come. It's just there's another question mark, and then you could lean forward in your chair, but it'd carry on talking.
Yep.
Well, as I said earlier, Nathan, this is what happens when you don't interrupt. You don't get to say anything.
All right, let me go back since we lost the actual point. Is he going to meat hook me again? That might get me swearing.
you can come up with a million different things, but do you agree that the only two ones ever really proposed is like atomic?
Only 2 ones ever proposed. Like I said, great English. 2 ones ever proposed for what?
Atomic theory.
Atomic theory doesn't exist.
And then ether.
Oh, those are the 2 ones that ever exist. I want everyone, okay, to pull up their shirt. I'm sorry, pull up their sleeve, right, on their left arm. And I want you to take 2 fingers and I want you to slap about 3 inches above your wrist. You tell me which 2 ones he's speaking of. Are you slapping into ether? Is 3 inches above your wrist ether? Huh?
I have no idea what he's babbling about, literally.
That's been the whole way since we started. It's meaningless. It's utter incoherent drivel. Is that professional?
Highly.
Yep.
He's insane.
Like that's the 2 fundamental ones that we have.
The 2 fundamental ones we have, huh? Oh my God.
To try to interpret the world with.
We're trying to interpret the world. Oh my God.
Well, what I would say about it is,
he's speaking. So you got 35 incoherent sentence fragments. You need to put together an answer. Let's see how he answers this. I'm intrigued. What about the 2 ones?
The ether, from what I can gather, is a belief that there is an interaction with the world from outside of the 3D world. It would be an interaction of some kind.
And
would you agree with that?
You want to run that by
as
me?
a description?
Yeah, hold on. You want to run that by me again? Let's go back. I'm sorry. I'm going to J this. Let's try that again.
From outside of the 3D world.
All right, I'm going to need another J. Here we go.
The ether, from what I can gather, is a belief that there is an interaction with the world from outside of the 3D world.
So there's an interaction from outside the 3D world into the 3D world. Huh.
It would be an interaction of some kind. Would you agree with that as a description?
Yeah, it interacts with the material.
It interacts with the material world from outside the material world. You need to be institutionalized. Okay? If that's what ether is.
I thought it was the
World
unmanifest
ceremony.
pure
It's not-
potential.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was too. It depends on his mood ring.
Material itself.
No, not the way that we define it as tangible matter. No.
So it's not material as we define it. That's lovely.
Well, if we look at something, see, a lot like I don't, and I know Nathan, and I don't ever hear anyone. Just to give an explanation of our position over there, we have never claimed. I have never claimed, and I don't know because I don't know. I haven't researched enough about it to claim that the atomic model is science.
Why did you go to the atomic model that doesn't exist is science when you were on Efers, Brian?
Just leave it go on. Like, I mean, what can I do? I was just trying to get to somewhere here in this conversation. What more can I say about what else can I say? I asked him, is he talking about something that's outside of our 3D reality? And he more or less said, yeah. Where do we go with that?
Call him a retard.
I would have told someone that the atomic model is a description. Now, I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, you are.
Because, as I said, about the thing with the gold foil and the helium nuclei, that could be part of the origins of there being this tiny macro level where the atomic model comes from.
There is no atomic model.
But for me, the atomic model is based on 3 things.
Well,
protons.
There is.
Which
no, there isn't.
if you
Of course
search
there is.
online,
You is just a moron.
I'm not claiming anything about it. I'm saying when people search for it, they will find this thing called the atomic model.
Yeah, is it?
There
Isn't that?
is an existence something called that.
So, yep. And I can search for invisible three-tone gnomes. I'm going to find them. Do they exist?
I'm
What do
only
you have
stating
besides crying and coping?
Hey, third party guy. This is a discussion between me and Brian's logic. Thank you.
I'm only stating, and Adam agreed with me. You can search and find that exact term. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
it'll
but
give you diagrams
I
and stuff.
understand that, but it's not a model.
I'm not stating anything. I'm only that's what you can search for and find.
You'll also hear atmosphere. Everyone says atmosphere, but that's a paradox. You follow what I'm saying? So in reality,
I understand that.
In reality, there is no atomic model, and there is no atomic theory. That's another paradox, right? Correct?
Yeah, I go with that.
All right.
Which is positive charge, electrons, negative charge, and neutrons, which are neutrally charged.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it was always just a description. If you look at the atomic model, the substances or materials with the most neutrons are the most dense. Because what are neutrons? They're just a way of describing innate matter. Whereas the protons...
Innate matter? What's that?
Yeah, I was wrong about that. Adam showed me where I was wrong about that.
Were you trying to say inert matter?
No, innate. No, I was wrong about the neutrons thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And the electrons, sometimes they're described, the description of them is silly, where they have electrons orbiting protons, whereas that's not actually correct, as per the actual original model or whatever. I don't think that's actually correct. That is actually a bit, it's something I think maybe was added in later. I don't know. I can't say much about that, but
I can. Electrons do not orbit nucleus.
Know that that's not correct, as in that description comes for...
We're far away from Efers, people.
Is there for a different reason, not that they're actually meant to be orbiting around, the electron is orbiting around the proton. But if you look at neutrons, the material with the most neutrons, something like gold, will be very, very dense. So neutrons is basically just a way of describing innate matter, whereas the proton is describing a positive charge, the neutron or the electron is describing a negative charge. And so it's used in that way to as a way of describing, basically describing density. I often view it as a way of describing the density. If you look at how hydrogen is described and then how helium is described. Helium, I think hydrogen is just one proton and one.
Did you ever see Archie Bunker pantomime a suicide? That's what I
me.
That's yeah. Did you ever see Archie Bunker pantomime a suicide?
No, I didn't know.
That's what I feel like doing right now.
Well, Booger called out a super chat.
Super pantomime.
Sasha sent, I am Tanya, and I want to learn what's elevation.
Okay. Stay tuned. Thanks for the super chat.
One electron, whereas helium, I think, is it one proton and two electrons or something like that, where or one proton, one neutron or something like that. So it starts having more density. So if you look down the atomic model, it's basically describing, besides if you take the positive and negative charge out of it, it's describing density. It's describing density, and because number one is hydrogen, number two is helium, number three I don't know.
Are you talking about the periodic table?
Yeah, I see. I was when I was looking at that, what I was looking at the time was that the more neutrons was within any part of that, whichever number you're looking at, the more dense that material was. So at the time, I was working off of that. Now, Adam corrected me on that something can have to be shown to have more neutrons, but it won't be more dense than something with less neutrons. So I was wrong, just wrong about all that.
That was a closed-ended question, by the way.
All right, sorry.
Or 4, but the point is that each one of them seem to run on a density scale. So they're starting off with what is the least dense. Now, when we look at something like a description like a massless particle, which is what they say light is, right?
Massless, what's mass?
I'm given the general description of it.
Yeah.
That's the general description.
All right, fair enough. Can't be a massless particle or something massless without defining mass first, which they can't do.
Now, that doesn't make any sense on its face value. And for me, I laughed at it for a long time because it made no sense. Well, the word mass is a load of nonsense.
Supermass!
Oh, sorry. Jado, he sent John 1:1, Genesis 33:9, General 1.4, the
General?
supernatural. Yeah, that's what it says, general.
All right.
The supernatural background energy that gives rise to all matter and energy.
So you're saying there's a definition of ether in the Bible? I don't think so. John 1:1 most assuredly doesn't. Pull up the scriptures and we'll go through them, for God's sake.
Anyway, because there's 3 different definitions for mass. But I understand, when I thought about it, I understood what they meant.
There's more than 3 definitions of mass, and if you have more than one, it's a law of identity violation. So it's not defined, never was.
Why they call it a massless particle, I believe, right, using logic, why they call it light a massless particle.
There's no logic in this discussion at all.
It's because light is, I could not claim that light has no density. But I could claim that I have no way of measuring if it has density. So calling it a massless particle might have been a bad description for that, but that doesn't make it, might have been a bad description, but that doesn't mean that it's set in stone or whatever. If you understand what I mean? I can't measure the density of light, so I can't claim light does or doesn't have density, because it would be, if it has density, then it's so low on the density scale, it's beyond what I could measure. If that helps.
What possessed you to go into density of things?
Because at the time I was thinking about light, like I didn't really know much about light. I don't know much about it now, but I knew a good bit less at the time. And I was thinking that it's to do with other things, to do with hydrogen and hydrogen fusion reaction and stuff like that. That's where a lot of that is coming from. Is that light, that when they're fusing hydrogen and making helium and energy, right?
Oh.
They end up with less. Hang on. You ask me a question, and I'm answering you.
It's non sequitur
This
to
is where
the
it's coming
discussion.
from.
What my point was.
Well, I'm trying to give. I can't answer that question then.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it's non sequitur to the whole discussion.
I can answer it, but no, I can't give you. I can't answer it, but you don't want the answer.
Yeah, I
Like,
can
okay.
answer it. I listened to half of it. It's non sequitur.
Well, it's up to you. You asked me a question, and now you won't leave me answer.
Yeah,
it, so,
again, I just said I listened to half of your answer. I listened to it. It's all non sequitur up to this point.
Well, you didn't leave it. Get to the point of conclusion.
There was no point.
What can I do?
There is no point.
Yeah, just real fast. Just because I
There
did
is
say
a point.
super chats. Hellboy, hell yeah.
What's the point?
That when hydrogen fusion happens, they end up right at the end with less amount of matter than they had beforehand.
What does that have to do with the discussion with Witsit?
Because, right, they end up with helium and energy. So what happened to the missing matter?
Again, my question is, what does that have to do with what Liz said to you?
Because are we not talking about light here?
Yeah, you're not talking about light. And he wasn't talking about light. He was talking about different things.
Can you even blame Brian? I mean, Witsit literally handed him like a bowl of shit, 25 minutes worth of a bowl of shit, and said, "Here, make a cake for me." I mean, what
Agreed, chocolate.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crap that he's got to deal with.
Right.
So I don't blame Brian for a second.
All right, fair enough.
RP Magnetism. This is Branch, by the way. I think for the Super Chat branch. And then he sent another one that was $50.
Just a side note of you people supporting this batshit insane moron are just as guilty as he is. Just to let you know.
I think even more guilty.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking in the back of my mind this whole time is there are people out there that think he's the best thing Flat Earth has.
Now, hold on. Did you say if that was a super chat from Rich, that was a global?
We can't hear you.
1 second.
If that was a super chat from Branch, that was actually a Glober.
Yeah, I know who Branch is.
Say it. You got to say it. You have to.
Super Branch.
No, not. No. He's your you say it the best. To paint your Rembrandt.
Yes, Branch was the person that was in 24/7 Discord one day a long time ago when he was claiming he was trying to get on my good side and he was claiming a whole bunch of stuff. And I said, "Don't worry, Branch. You're useful because I need your numpty canvas to paint my Rembrandt." Yes, that is Branch. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, Branch is still around. Jeez.
Well, this was 2 years ago. This video was a couple years ago, Chocolate. And the thing that I was talking about was well before that, maybe 2 or 3 years before that. Good.
No, but I'm saying, didn't someone say he just super chatted?
Did Branch just super chat? Yeah, he super chatted Witsit. But this.
Oh, okay. But sorry. I thought you. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a problem. I know we're all confused at this point. Who wouldn't be?
He's very generous. He said, "Shout out to Shines. Thank you for the Super Chat, Hellboy." And then Theo just said, "God doesn't exist within a realm. He doesn't exist at all. He is pure being. Hence the title I am."
Oh, Theo, is that you that super chatted?
Heck yeah, that's me.
Thanks for your support.
You're welcome. I think you bought a latte with it.
We exist and all realms exist within him. Okay. That's a cool claim. So
that's a cool claim.
So
isn't that what the scripture says?
I don't know. I didn't hear. I couldn't hardly hear him. He was muttering.
Okay, the neutron, right? In that it's innate matter. Well, but
you Jedi mind tricked into thinking it was innate matter. Unbelievable. What a clown you are.
I called it innate because it doesn't have a charge.
Yeah.
It's neutrally charged.
Yeah, were. That's what I said. You were thinking it was inert matter. Remember I said that earlier?
Is inert the correct way to say it?
Yes.
If I was describing it?
Yes.
I thought I was getting at the colloquial description. Okay,
That's fine.
I was incorrect.
That's fine. The funny part is you Jedi mind tricked into thinking that it is innate matter. So thanks a lot. Witsit clown.
Well, he was listening to an idiot.
Yep.
Neutron is claimed to be a little bitty part of an atom. The atom has never been seen.
Say again? Are you talking about with your eyes? I know we're far away from ether, ladies and gentlemen. That's not lost on me. I'm here with Witsit clown moron, right? Who claims that atoms don't exist. And I told him to gather up his crews, right? And he needs to go out and picket Broadcom, Advanced Micro Devices, Intel, Qualcomm, Taiwan Semiconductor, and picket those institutions and say quantum mechanics and atoms are not real. That's what he needs to do. Because everything
that's it.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do. Because everything that he's using to communicate right now is based on atomic structure. Everything. All advanced. All computer technology. All communications. Radiology. Everything. All of it. The modern information age is brought to you by quantum mechanical atomic structure. The whole thing.
You know, QE, the giveaway was in pixel or bit. Maybe he didn't make that connection.
Well, I'm still waiting for them with their open-toed sandals and really bad breath to go out and picket these institutions. I want to see the news on, too. You absolute abject morons. I don't know. Was that professional?
Close enough.
All right.
Right. We use electronic manipulation. We have like computers.
Electronic you can't appeal to electronics. That goes against your worldview, sunshine.
Render images similar to what they do in the sky.
No. Oh, I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to make a compare and contrast between electron microscopy and what their images in the sky that Robert Simmons puts together. He's trying to make those equivalent to say that, okay, these ones that Robert Simmons does is the same thing as electron microscopy, you abject retard of the millennium. And say, look, flat earthers, it's the same thing. It's the same trick. I'm speechless.
They render images with electric charge. So pressure mediates with all these different charges, and then they render an image. You can't see a photo. You can't see an atom.
A photon.
You just described.
You don't grab an atom. None of that's real. Neutrons are even smaller than that.
None of that is real. That's why I'm waiting for you to go picket. He needs to go picket those semiconductor companies. I can't wait. Get your whole crew. Big clown.
He just described how he believed. He just described how he believed they got the image of this thing he's saying doesn't exist. He needs to be put in a mental ward. I think that's about the only thing you can do with him.
Yep.
You can't grab an atom.
But I can't hand you an atom.
Now, I do agree that there's a relationship between the density and how they have defined it through an atomic theory. That's why
there is no atomic theory. It's a paradox, those two words together.
Why would he agree with that if he doesn't believe that exists?
Yeah, he needs to be institutionalized.
That the model is useless.
It isn't a model either.
It is. We use it for chemistry and stuff, right?
Oh, you used the model for chemistry. You mean for that dumbass jacket you got on? All the synthetics in chemistry, right? What a clown.
Right. But it's just a conceptual model.
So this is just a conceptual jacket? What a moron. Am I still being professional?
You're attacking people's dresses, clothing a bit, all right?
Yeah, to make
you attacked me, and now you're attacking him. It's like,
well, his is more appropriate because.
Are you wearing Armani by any chance?
No, it's more appropriate, Brian, because a lot of what his jacket's made of are synthetics. I can just tell by looking at the jacket. Follow?
I know, I'm only joking.
Oh, okay.
I'm only joking.
Oh, okay.
I'm not serious.
All right.
My point is, people speak of it as if it is real.
What's your point? As it, what's real?
And a conceptual model used to
Conceptual model? What conceptual model?
quantify, built upon math, claiming physical
Built upon math? What's built upon math?
little spheres.
His jacket.
What little spheres do you speak of? What the hell are you talking about?
Is identical to the globe.
See, identical to the globe. I told you that's what he was doing. Yep, that's it, flat earthers. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep, that's what he just did.
Yeah, his conceptual jacket is identical to the globe. That doesn't make any sense either. He's
saying atoms are little spheres is what he's trying to say. Oh my God.
Which is just a model in everyone's head.
It's not a model in everyone's head, and models don't exist in people's heads. You clown.
They use math. And
they use math. That's the second time I heard that. Can you show some? Let's see the math.
And they pretend that since they can bring the math up and say, look, my math works.
They could pretend and they bring the math up. That made no sense.
Therefore, Earth's a globe. And they do the same thing.
Therefore, Earth's a globe. What? Huh? Who knows?
And with the whole like positive and negative charge, well, that's also just a model. That's a convention. So
it's a convention. It's not a model.
So we can use math.
So we can use, oh my God, does he think that placing positive charges on things and negative charges on things, because that's a plus addition and minus subtraction sign, that they do that for math?
Hey, QE, just to answer this question real quick, what is adding or subtracting to the valency to give it that charge?
John, don't, please.
Sorry.
I'm losing my professionalism as we speak.
I'm losing the will to live.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I can't blame you. This is just, I don't want to be mean. It's just not good. It's just not good.
In my point,
bad. There's no such thing as negative charge.
Go ahead and meat hook me one more time and look over at your feed screen. I'm gonna lose my friggin' cookies.
Nice.
Gonna lose it.
Even mean, right? There's charge and discharge, but how do you math out and write it in an equation?
Write it in an equation. What equation?
You have to put a negative for discharge.
See? Yep.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh
he was.
no!
Yep.
You're
He
right.
was saying
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no!
Now,
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You need to be institutionalized.
Discharge, because you have to be able to math it out. So that's what they did. And
who are they?
They claim that the electron is
good.
I'm responsible for this.
Yeah, sort of.
Well, I'm kind of, I led him down that road, yeah.
Matter. Okay, and so every claim about light being a photon.
What does light being a photon have to do with atomic theory when photons aren't atoms?
Because they use math.
Oh shit! I mean, oh poo poo.
He's lost his professionalism right out there. He didn't even make it a sentence.
Oh man, Well, it's because I had to endure the Ethereum diatribe back in the day when they would posit the Ken Wheeler concept that if light was photons, if light was little balls, and if you had your camera and you took a photo, you'd have to shake the camera and the little balls would fall out.
Oh my God, no.
Wow.
I'm serious. I am serious.
I'm gonna go find the nearest cliff and drive off of that.
No, don't do that. We can all cheer ourselves up with dinner, like wingies.
Chocolate.
Yeah. All right. Now, to be fair, we'll put credit where credit is due. The dumb people in the back of the days in 24/7 in an FPD panel when you guys didn't have the after show, they didn't come up with that stupid idea themselves. They borrowed it from Ken Wheeler.
All right.
Is built upon the claim about an electron. So it's like a
what? Photons are not electrons, son. And electrons aren't atoms either.
No.
a rabbit hole
I
of
think he
pseudoscience.
means that.
You actually
good.
I think what he was trying to state there, he might have used the wrong word, I can't remember, was that the minus, as he called it, the discharge, is based around the idea, as he calls it, the idea of the electron.
Thanks. Not a subtraction sign?
can't claim that light's a physical particle called
Yes, you can. Or it's already demonstrated. It's not a claim.
the photon without claiming the electron.
What? Photons aren't electrons, son.
Because that's what the photoelectric effect is.
No, that's not what the photoelectric effect. What?
He, at this time, was mixing up protons and photons. I've heard him do that before, or I'm pretty sure that I came in at some point and tried to correct him. I think he was on with Nathan or something. And I said, over the top of him, at the very start when he came in, I think it was that second night, not 1702, 1724. I think it was then. I came in and at the start of his interaction, I said, you're talking about the proton, not the photon.
He doesn't even know how to tie his shoes by himself than be discussing this topic.
Why we love
Is this the conversation? Is this the conversation, Brian, if you remember, where he actually explained how he debunked the photoelectric effect?
Oh, I hope so. I hope we get to that.
It might be coming up. Oh, man. Let me get some popcorn. All right, go ahead.
Jeez.
Parametric down
pecans.
conversion.
You got pecans. What does that have to do with it?
Well, he was getting popcorn and I got pecans.
Oh, you got pecans. Yeah, you're from Greenbow, Alabama.
All these require that claim.
All these what require what claim? What are you talking about?
I don't know, but you're not swearing, and that's amazing because by now you would have shot out 20 of them already. Good job, QE.
Thanks.
When it comes to the density or lack thereof of light, well, I would say that's further down the road once we actually can get a working definition of what light is.
Oh my God, a working definition.
Kiwi, just leave it out.
Light
Otherwise,
is the quanta. It's quantized energy, you unbelievable, unconscionable doofus. There's your definition. What do you want, Brian?
leave out. Don't let Nathan cause you to end up with an ulcer because you're holding in all those times you want to say right? Leave him off to pretend that everything's cool. He's living in a happy world until he suddenly leaves it all out. Right? When you're sitting there trying to hold it in, you leave it out when you need to leave it out.
Fair enough.
I don't think anyone will ever fully understand light. I just personally.
What? I just told you what it was. What do you mean by fully understand? List the understandings that will reach a full understanding, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You know, just a mindless statement.
Really feel the way that people claim it. What they claim about it right now is ridiculous. Okay,
What's ridiculous? What do they claim right now, and how is it ridiculous? A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Not just your baseless, nonsensical, inane horse crap.
And this is our disagreement.
No, there is no disagreement.
And I think it's best to agree to disagree, but
that's what you best to agree to disagree on an objective topic. Makes perfect sense.
Well, I mean, he's just saying the same thing. Well, he's just asking the same question he asked me when he was trying to say we don't really understand heat either.
My word.
To try to pretend one has more value than the other
One has the two ones. One has more value than the other. What are you talking about?
Is where we come into a problem, right? So,
oh, we got problems. We got a problem with you. That's for sure. And so does every coherent thinker in the world. From first grade on up. From pre-kindergarten on up.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is the atomic model is just a model.
There is no model.
See, it's a convention made
It's not a convention either.
by humans to quantify things.
Not that either.
It is not real.
It's not real, so nuh-uh. But your immaterial ether that you haven't defined is real. Gotcha.
It's not materially verifiable.
Is ether materially verifiable? And I can verify materially electrons, protons, nuclei, photons, all of it.
It's nowhere close to science, and you
doesn't have anything to do with science because it's not a scientific question. Whether protons, neutrons, and electrons, photons exist is an existence question. Natural science and the scientific method only deal with cause and effect questions, not what is questions. Okay?
You did say that. You said it's just a description. This is the problem, though.
The problem is that you're an insane moron. That's the problem.
You now claim that light's a photon.
OMG.
You're claiming that model is real.
What photons are not in the atomic model that doesn't exist. God. This is like listening to a 3-month-old explain trigonometry.
That'd be quite the feat.
You're claiming the electron is physically a real thing of matter.
Oh, boy.
And so
now
and so I almost lost it.
You got to we got to pump the brakes.
You got to pump the brakes.
the problem is I'm being handed the atomic model
that doesn't exist.
As to me, it's a false dichotomy. It's either you have the atomic model or you have ether.
Hooray! False dichotomy.
That's the way it feels that it's been handed. It's like I didn't make claims about the atomic model. I just described what it seemed to be.
The false dichotomy king, right here. It should be institutionalized.
As far as like when I looked at it and what it seemed to be, just as a way of.
Don't be looking at your chat, doofus. Make sure you're paying attention to every single word out of his mouth. Because you definitely can't do two or more things at one time. Most assuredly.
Like a density scale. I know that there is people out there who will say for definite that the atom exists and there is evidence for it. I haven't looked into it, right? Other than what I was saying earlier about the.
Yeah, crick your neck, you moron.
I didn't look into that. It was something was said to me.
Now onto his feed screen. Yeah, we're watching you.
That the nuclei from the helium.
Back to the chat screen. Pay attention to what he's saying.
Going through the gold foil. But and bouncing back off of something or whatever. But the point I'm making is I can't go with it has to be either atoms, the atomic model, or it has to be ether. It's like I don't know.
So let's try this again, everyone. Roll up your left sleeve. We're going to test out the two models. Roll up your left sleeve, take your two fingers from your right hand, and start whacking about 3 inches above your wrist. And you tell me which one it is. Is it atoms or ether? There you go.
What light is? I don't know how to find out what light is.
Well, it's definitely not part of the atomic theory that doesn't exist.
know there's a claim that it is a particle, and that's a description of what hits the photoelectric plate, right? That
the photoelectric plate. All right, I'll let it go.
That chunk, that whatever. When I say like what ends up being on the photoelectric plate, right? That they call that a particle, right? Isn't it? That's the basics of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So like,
it's not only the photoelectric effect. The bigger one is Compton scattering. That's the final nail in the coffin.
I can only go by what they say. I haven't.
But the photoelectric effect does it all by itself. Compton scattering really just stomps a mud hole in their dumb ass. Up, almost said it.
And I haven't been there. I haven't done it, and I've seen the pictures of it or whatever. But the thing about it is that I can't latch onto the atomic model and say, yeah,
that doesn't exist.
I hold that up as science or something like that, because I don't.
No, it's not science anyway. It's existence questions, not cause and effect.
I don't hold it up as anything because I don't have enough information to hold it up as anything. To me, it's always been just a description. But for me, ether is just one second. Ether is so, see, the thing about the atomic model is that is something that's kind of referenced as being in the 3D world, whereas ether is referenced as being outside the 3D world. And that's the issue.
How can ether be outside the 3D world, but be a medium and not a medium, and something that helps light travel, but light doesn't travel? What's going on here? That's insanity.
We have, right, on Nathan's, is that if we just came out of a situation some years ago where with all this stuff we were told was real, and we found out it wasn't real. When we looked into it, it wasn't real. There wasn't Earth curve. The Earth is not rotating. All these things, they weren't real. All these distances to all these supposed stars, the sun, all this was not real. So for us to just take something else that we can't verify as being real is a big ask. Although the atomic model, for me, it's a description, because that's how I view it. We have a scalar for density and a way of describing things on the micro scale.
I'm just stopping it for general purpose, GP. Whenever I say GP, I mean general purpose, just in case you say, what is he, a glue sniffer? That's general purpose. Here we go.
In our macro scale. But that is, for me, a tool that I can use, right? I don't know if there is atoms, but I know it's a tool I can use. But I would rather talk about that as a way of describing 3D reality to someone than to start talking about how we have this medium that is, I've heard it's been said on Globebusters that it.
He said light was a medium, or light is the medium. Remember, he changed the story, right?
Yeah, it's very dense and no dense. How can you decide what density something has if you can't experience it? Mm-hmm. And that light, it requires it to travel through. It's like,
yeah. Well, that was his original claim in 1702 when he came out of the gates, guns ablazing, ether argument that light needs a medium to travel through. It can't travel through nothing, so it has to travel through something, and that something is ether, which is a nothing.
There's no evidence of this. Yeah. So to make that claim is, you have to understand, especially with us, we are the really is level on Nathan's. So
you're not though. You're not on the really is level. That's my point. You're not.
You are. What are you?
Claim light is a particle. That's not the real.
Yeah, that is the real world. It is a quantized chunk of energy and momentum. That's what it is. That's not a claim. That's a fact.
Really is level. That's.
Say again.
He didn't object to me talking about ether being the medium for light to travel through.
No, he didn't object there. Nope. Good point.
But that's after 1724.
Yep, and this is after 1724 when he went back on that claim. Exactly, Brian. Good point.
Literally pseudoscience. That's not the really is level.
It's not pseudoscience. It was never science to begin with. you don't know what natural science is, so you can't know what pseudoscience is. Simple.
Well, that light as a particle is a description of what hits the
No, it's a fact.
photographic plate.
Not a
You're
claim.
assuming something hits it. You're assuming that it travels, and you're assuming a
He's
part.
not assuming anything. You're assuming that it travels because that was your second proof for your Efers. Remember? Remember what you said to Nathan? You used the Michelson-Morley nonsense, and you said, you know what? I'm not going to paraphrase it. You guys aren't going to see it in Discord. Where'd it go? So just trust me. There it is. This is what he said. I've quoted everything. I need to change the name right here to ping pong golf ball. I'll do that at my leisure. This is what Whitsitt said to Nathan. If you have a vacuum chamber and you have all kinds of electromagnetic fluctuations that you can measure and detect within that, what's the energy traveling through? Then you said, if you have electromagnetic wave, what does it propagate through? Propagation means travel. Look it up. Ping pong golf ball. So what does the electromagnetic waves propagate? That means travel through. Ping pong golf ball. So Michelson-Morley, for example, we had lights go in different directions. Nathan's retort, stop. What was the phenomena studied in this highly scientific parlor trick? Ping pong golf ball, the difference in the travel of light. His statements, ladies and gentlemen. He's just contradicted himself for we're in the high hundreds now.
It's called a reification fallacy. It's by
That's what you are, a reification fallacy.
definition pseudoscience.
It's not pseudoscience. Reifications aren't pseudoscience. Those are logical fallacies. You don't know what natural science is, so you don't know what pseudoscience is.
Nowhere close to the really is level, not even remotely close.
Yeah, remotely. Right as an actual fact. Sunshine.
So how would you describe what's happening then between when I'll have to describe it this way, when it's fired to when it shows up on the plate? How would you describe that?
Yeah. Okay.
You better describe it as traveling like you just did in the Michelson-Morley non-experiment.
You know, of course, falsification is independent of replacement.
Then why do you attempt to replace gravity all the time then? Mr. Falsification is independent of replacement. What did that have to do with his question besides you train wrecking your own self with your idiot statement?
Well, he's not really replacing gravity because he hasn't actually falsified it.
He tries to.
Is just recontextualize it. Maybe,
he tries to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Replacement. And I'm asking for proof of your positive claim that we.
Positive claim of what?
No light's a physical photon.
Photoelectric effect. Photodiodes. I went over this in the last presentation that we had on your insanity.
But I will answer it. I will answer it. Light's comprised.
I will answer it. Light is comprised of what?
Of an oscillating. Light
is what?
FED is making the claim that light's a photon.
No, not FED. There's more than FED making the claim that light's a photon. Number one, it's not a claim, and it's an actual fact. Photoelectric effect. You're done. You're dead right here. I don't even have to bring up Compton scattering. You're dead as a doornail right there, moron.
And very boldly, and in fact,
yes, I could state it very boldly.
Everyone, they're an embarrassment to flat Earth if they don't.
We never said people were an embarrassment to flat Earth. That never came out. Unless you can validate that. That is a generalized, baseless assertion fallacy.
Don't believe it. And in fact, relativity requires.
Relativity. You talking about your Efer bedfellow, Einstein? You're only debunking one of your bedfellows, idiot. Yep.
It's in this one that he claims that it's a different ether. Yet he agrees to it being the same ether when he's talking to Roberts and Jennison, the debate that.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know. I don't know what goes on here. I don't know if he does it now.
The speed of light and the distances to the sky on the, in their little model requires the speed of light.
What? Not in general relativity, it doesn't. In special relativity, light cannot travel faster than that speed than c. General relativity, it can have multiple speeds. So this is an ambiguity fallacy based on your lack of knowledge of relativity. You didn't specify which. That was an easy clobbering.
That's why they believe that it has to be a physical particle travel.
No, that's not why anyone believes it. They know it because of the photoelectric effect.
Can I just say
the person that
and Max Planck, who demonstrated it in 1901, he had to do it that way. Everything, not only light, everything is quantized. Everything. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, he doesn't disagree that energy is physical. He doesn't disagree with that.
He doesn't know what physical means. Most people don't.
That came up with the definition of the photon.
No, he didn't.
The quanta definition of light is Albert Einstein.
That's factually incorrect and a lie. You're not seeing this, guys. Only the people on YouTube. This is from the chemical department at Purdue University. On December 14th, 1900, Max Planck presented a theoretical explanation of the spectrum of radiation emitted by an object that glows. He argued that the walls of a glowing solid could be imagined to contain a series of resonators that oscillated at different frequencies. These resonators gain energy in the form of heat from the walls of the object and lose energy in the form of electromagnetic radiation. The energy of these resonators at any moment is proportional to the frequency which they oscillate. This idea was a logical extension of the work that Heinrich Hertz had done. Where have we heard that name before? Well, he was the originator of the photoelectric effect. Heinrich Hertz had done on the origin of electromagnetic radiation. But the only way the Planck could get his model to fit the spectrum of light emitted by a glowing object was to introduce a revolutionary notion. To fit the observed spectrum, Planck had to assume that the energy of these oscillators could take only a limited number of values. In other words, the spectrum of energies for these oscillators was no longer continuous. Because the number of values of the energy of these oscillators is limited, they are theoretically countable. The energy of these oscillators in this system is therefore said to be quantized. Max Planck, not Einstein. Planck introduced the notion of the quantization to explain how light was emitted. You're a liar, sir. From ChemLiber text, the properties of blackbody radiation, the radiation emitted by hot objects, could not be explained with classical physics. Max Planck postulated that energy was quantized and could be emitted or absorbed only in integral multiples of a small unit of energy known as a quantum. Max Planck, ladies and gentlemen. From Florida State University, Planck's work in thermodynamics led to the formulations of his quantum theory. To explain the colors of hot glowing matter, he proposed, Planck, that energy is radiated in very minute and discrete quantized amounts or packets, rather than in continuous unbroken wave. Planck called the packets of energy quanta. He was able to determine that the energy of each quantum is equal to the frequency of the radiation multiplied by a universal constant that he derived, now known as the Planck constant. He said, that is, ping pong golf ball said it was Einstein. And Einstein's behind essentially quantum mechanics and the quantum of light. Remember that. From David Bohm, renowned professor of physics and a personal friend of Einstein, said, one can see that relativity and quantum mechanics, the two most fundamental theories of matter, really contradict each other. Huh. In the sense that relativity is local, it's causal, it's determined, it's continuous. And quantum mechanics is just the opposite. Looks like that Einstein was in direct contradiction with quantum mechanics. Shocking, right? From APS.org, because of this well-established phenomena in 1935, which pummeled his fairy tales GR and SR, Einstein coined the phrase spooky action at a distance. Then he and his buddies conjured a thought experiment, CEPR paradox of 1935, in a feeble, clumsy attempt to debunk quantum mechanics. Why? Well, he couldn't have anything traveling faster than the speed of light. That caused his theories would implode. Side note for Einstein, he never published in physical review letters again because he didn't appreciate the paper being peer-reviewed. Yeah? Anyone want to interrupt? Hold on.
Correct.
Huh?
Neil Cosentino, he's off mute. He must have gotten a call and it came off mute for him.
All right, I'm getting on mute. I don't know. I don't even have it on. Hold on. Sorry.
It's all right. And the term photon wasn't coined by Albert Einstein, you liar. From thoughtco.com, previously physics.com or aboutphysics.com, the term photon was coined by Gilbert Lewis in 1926. Though the concept of light in the form of discrete particles had been around for centuries and had been formalized in Newton's construction of the science of optics. You're a liar. Game, set, and match.
Yeah, it's kind of silly because his proposal of ether, which, you know, Einstein's GR and SR, those are contingent upon that being a thing, even though it can't be proven. So I just think it's hilarious that he's like trying to point the finger back.
Yes. So your Einstein bedfellow ether believer, you're trying to punk him out, is in direct contradiction of what you're trying to disprove, and he's your bedfellow. You're an you're insane. And you've been caught lying again. I don't know. I should have counted how many times you've lied. It's in the high 20s now. Your double-speaking contradictions are up, and it has to be in the 200 range by now. Somewhere in that vicinity. Great job.
Literally. But my point is, if you
literally, it was Gilbert Lewis that coined the term. Literally. You're busted again.
want to ask what I think, okay, well, we know that there's electromagnetic radiation.
Oh, we do. Show how light is electric and magnetic. That would mean it must have a charge. Show right now. Doofus. Am I still being professional?
Yeah.
You're doing fine.
Everywhere you see light. You can't find
everywhere we see light.
Find light anywhere without electromagnetic radiation.
We can't find light without electromagnetic radiation. You need to be institutionalized. You're just mindlessly parroting headlines from pseudoscientists, son.
Now, what the claim is as well, but the photon is inside of that and just drags it with it.
Drags what with it? Inside of what and drags what with what? Huh? What are you talking about?
And the photon doesn't have charge or have magnetic properties.
Doesn't have charge, that's for sure. Light doesn't have charge.
The photon isn't real, though.
Oh, really? How so?
So, of course, you can't find a charge. It's not a real.
Not a real thing, so nothing hits the photographic plates. Digital photography does not exist. Yeah, ping pong golf ball. That's what you just said. And photodiodes don't exist. Do we need to go over that again?
Did he? But is he just state? Did he just state? Maybe I missed a bit. Did he state that there was no charge?
There's no photons have no charge. That's correct.
Yeah, but he stated that, did he?
Yes. Yeah.
As a point of argument, like.
I don't know. He's batshit insane. Oh, I said, I'm sorry. See, I did make it a long time.
Technically, that's not a swear word.
You know, Glovers like to do this too. They'll have a counter argument to something that you're putting forth, you know, and then they'll somehow jack your argument and say that your argument was their argument the whole time. Like, whoa.
Real thing. So it's actually an oscillating electric field, an oscillating.
Really, with your little snake hands? It's a loss. So it's light is an oscillating electric field and an oscillating magnetic field, making light a wave. But you already disavowed light being a wave. You stated light is neither a wave nor a particle. This is from 1702. And you also said, I never claimed light was a wave. Contradicting yourself yet again. Ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, it's not, can you show this electric and magnetic little snake you got going here? Can we see that?
Oscillating magnetic field, and they intersect with each other. Like
really? Show.
A coaxial cable.
It's not a coaxial cable.
They intersect. And where they intersect. They call that a photon.
I don't think so.
And it's not an actual individual thing. It's an event.
It's just an event.
Oh, yeah.
It's the fields moving with each other.
The fields moving with each other. Moving like that? Show.
He just made a claim.
Yeah, show.
Is he going to support it?
I was just going to say that. He's making a lot of claims here. Where's the support?
This is a direct claim that he's making.
Yeah.
That light is an event.
It's an event wave. Yep. When he's already stated that he never claimed light was a wave.
It's also non sequitur.
Okay,
you demonstrate.
Say again?
It's also a non sequitur because you demonstrate the existence of something.
Yep.
What's he on about?
He doesn't know. He's flailing his Skeletor arms around.
Have a plate. Now, they don't travel. It's already there. It just begins to...
So light doesn't travel. It's already there, thereby debunking every single claim you've made up to this point. We already did the travel thing. You're through. Where'd it go? Right here. It doesn't travel, but your proof was the difference in the travel of light. You're done. Thanks.
How can there be?
Each instance. I'm sorry. Each instance is another contradiction. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I know it's kind of stupid, but how can there be a crossing interaction point if nothing is moving or traveling?
Yeah, you're gonna have to ask him. That doesn't make any damn sense.
Oscillate, and you create a vibration or disturbance that
Yeah, it's a vibration, okay.
oscillates, magnetic and dielectric, or electrostatic.
Electrostat, not electrostatics, because you just said these things were moving waves, right? Contradicting yourself, like I said, like I showed. Can you define static for everyone? Their ping pong golf ball. You just contradicted yourself within the same breath.
Static, and then you have the plate there. Now the plate then registers a pulse. Now
the plate registers a pulse from what?
Now what they're claiming is that the photon travels and
so are you.
hits the plate. It's like you're shooting a BB gun at it.
Oh my God.
That is not what actually happens.
What actually happens then?
Though, and so they say, well, there's a photon.
There's a
photon that comes and hits the atom.
Hits the atom. Yeah.
Atoms of the plate.
Yeah.
And dislodges the electron from its orbit.
Its electrons don't orbit a nucleus. You're an idiot.
And then the electron is free, and then the photon
free. Yep. They call those free electrons.
Exchanges information to.
Yeah, no, they call them free electrons. He's right. The electrons, it's free electrons. So let me go back.
From its orbit, and then the electron.
Definitely not orbiting.
Electron is free, and then the photon exchanges information to.
Doesn't exchange information. The photon, you don't know what information is. If you knew what information was and made that statement, they would have came in a paddy wagon for you in white suits and straitjacketed you. So the photon and the electron are not communicating with each other. That's information. Idiot.
Energy to the electron morphs.
That's right.
With it.
No, it doesn't morph with an electron, you glue sniffer.
Comes a photoelectron.
No, my God. No, glue sniffer. You see, the liberated electrons from the photoelectric effect are termed photoelectrons. There's no morphing. It's just the term they use for those electrons that were liberated. You friggin' pretender clown of a moron idiot. He thinks that the photon and the electron are joined. They morph into each other.
Oh, so electricity. So the photon of light is partly electric because of the electron.
Say again.
What he's saying is that what he's trying to say there?
You're gonna.
Honestly, I just kind of switched off when he was going through all that.
I switched off. I switched off about 3 hours and 58 minutes ago.
And that's where you get the dot. So every time someone claims that.
Sorry, go ahead, Patsy.
Yeah, I said I keep switching off too because this is just painful.
We ain't gonna go for much longer. 2 more minutes.
It becomes a photoelectron, and that's where you get the dots. So
what?
Every time someone claims that the little dots prove light's a photon, they're claiming all that as well. It doesn't matter if they want.
Light is quantized. Period.
Want to say it or admit it or breeze past it.
Light is quantized, as is everything else in this reality.
That's the definition of.
In fact, what they're saying that reality is digital instead of analog, if you'd like to think of it that way.
The photographic plate that you're invoking. It says that.
It's what says, do photographic plates talk?
A photon hits an atom, dislodges an electron, has an interaction, then morphs into a photoelectron and gives you a dot.
So he said he's still morphing into a photoelectron. You need to be institutionalized.
All that is pseudoscience.
Not science to begin with. Just a demonstration. Duh.
None of that's real.
None of it's real. So the photoelectric effect is not real. You just denied a good portion of the semiconductor industry. You need to be institutionalized. I'm done. I can't take any more of this. I already went over the photodiodes in another presentation. Go ahead, look that up. I went through it quite comprehensively. Get rid of that, and we'll save this for next time. Any comments?
Mighty
There are
Morphin
words in the human language.
Hold on a second. I heard Flatsy first.
I saw in chat, mighty morphing photoelectrons.
Yeah, well. Try this again. See if it take. Go. Okay, John.
There's not words in the human language to describe the atrocity that's been committed here.
Yep.
Well, he's just completely exposed himself as not knowing what he's talking about.
Yep.
So I wouldn't say that I don't know if he's lying. I don't know if I'd be able to say that. He just doesn't know what he's saying. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, he lied with
Maybe.
his claim about Einstein and quanta because he made a definite claim. So that's a lie.
Well, I try to give him the benefit of the doubt that maybe he just doesn't know what he's talking about.
No,
Flatsy,
he
he's
made
claiming that we're claiming that light is traveling.
No. He made that was a lie. That was intentional deceit. There's no way around it. If you make a definite claim and said Einstein did this, this, and that, and he didn't, that's lying.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I gotcha. Like I said, I'm just, you know.
Now, are you
I
saying?
understand why that's lying.
Or
you don't know. You're just saying it.
So you're saying he's just making it up?
Just maybe misinformed, but you know,
So
I can't tell you. I don't know.
yeah.
How can he be misinformed? Like he's been talking about Einstein, talking about light for years. He's read up enough to know better.
Well, there is the possibility, guys, I'm just going to throw this out there, that he doesn't have the mental competency to speak to anything, let alone be held accountable for intent. I'm speaking to mens rea at this point.
All right, fair enough. We're gonna wrap it up, folks. I hope the second half of this presentation was more professional for your dumbasses. I'm only kidding.
I got something to say. I know my mic is a train wreck, but I mean he does lie like this. Remember when he claimed to be quoting Newton in the letter to Bentley, and he actually wasn't. He's lying.
Oh yeah,
So-
he paraphrased it incorrectly. You can get out of that by saying that he was just misinformed. You could try to pull that, but I don't think it'll work.
Remember when he laid out his the Einstein and his connection, what he has to say about ether.
Yeah,
It's in this that he lays that out and changes the end of it.
Oh, he does it again here?
Yeah, remember he literally word for word let's say three quarters of that perfect. Then the last quarter he puts his own bit in. I don't see how you can get the first 3 quarters perfect and then completely get the last quarter completely wrong.
Yeah, if you change it, then that's lying. Yeah, it's lying. Yep.
Okay. He's claiming in this that we're claiming light is traveling over on FED. That's what he was claiming. Yet he's the one that was claiming on 1702 that light was traveling.
Yeah. Yes, he used it as his number
that's
one.
a lie.
Yeah, so he lied about So it's a double speak. But the lie came in when he said later that he never made the original claim to begin with that light traveled. That's where the lie is. Follow?
Yeah.
Yep.
I will point out that the first 3 hours that I was here, I didn't hear a coherent sentence. So
Yes.
I still could go with the argument that he doesn't know what words mean.
That's what I was going to say. He hasn't said one coherent thing yet. It's just a bunch of babble.
Okay, so we're going to wrap it up. I don't know what's going on this Saturday. It should be a Ballbuster Saturday because last Saturday shouldn't have been a Ballbusters, so this should be a scheduled Ballbusters. So let's just go with the Ballbuster Saturday. I have to make a command decision on it. Wait a second. Let me check the weather forecast.
That I will point out that you going through this, but I appreciate all the hard work you put in, but I don't know how you do it. I just the few interactions with him have been quite a bit for me to not throw up.
I'm just trying to be thorough. I'm trying to take
This one gets better as it goes on.
I'm trying to take all the horse pucky and put it in. This is on my channel, ladies and gentlemen. It's under VIII Clown. It's a playlist, VIII Clown. When I'm done, there will be over 120 hours of double speak and lies, if you can believe it. And when I get done, I'm just going to leave it there. And then I'll be done with it. Then we can all be friends again.
On a brighter note, I turn 33 tomorrow, so Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. All right, who's taking us home?
That would be Flatsy. She would be the best.
That would be Flatsy. I knew everyone was going to say Flatsy.
Because they like to hear me do the outro to Looney Tunes.
Yeah, that's right. Do it.
That's all, folks.
Eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at steadfast pace, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him Chewie, the quantum eraser. A master archer with bow in hand. His aim is true across the land, not just in science, but in every heart. He hits his mark with a steady heart. They call him Coherently, quantum eraser. It's all too easy for him when he takes the stage. With every word he states, they feel the rage. His presence alone rattles that cage. The crayon eating numpties are running out of time. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser. With every swing of the cowbell, the illusion fades. quantum eraser.